My name is Javier Morales, and in Mexico City, being a food delivery driver is like being a ghost on a borrowed motorcycle. You pass through people's lives without being seen, leaving hot packages at closed doors and collecting tips that barely cover the gas. I'm 32 years old. I have a 1990s Yamaha DT 175 that coughs like an old black tobacco smoker, and a dented helmet that saves me from the angry honking of taxis on Insurgentes. I live in a small rented room in Iztacalco, a neighborhood of gray buildings that sweat humidity at night, and where the smell of stagnant sewage seeps through the cracks in the windows. The mattress is a mess of rusty springs that creak with every movement, and my routine is an endless cycle. The buzzing of the app in my pocket, the roar of the engine against the hellish traffic, and the fleeting relief of a payment that allows me to buy a couple of tortas at the corner stand before collapsing. I'm no hero, not even a good Samaritan. My own childhood was a parade of bruises and broken promises. My father, a Volkswagen worker who came home drunk from the factory in Puebla, taking out his frustration on my back with a wide leather belt. So I know how to recognize the smell of fear in the air. But on that October night, as Mexico City cooled down in the prelude to the Day of the Dead and the streets filled with shadows that looked like walking offerings, something tugged at my gut and made me look beyond the quick delivery and generous tip. It was Thursday, after 9 o'clock at night. The sky was a black tapestry, dotted with clouds threatening rain, and the air was heavy with that smell of damp earth that precedes storms in the capital. My phone vibrated in the pocket of my red company jacket, the one that smells of motor oil, fried onions, and the sweat of endless shifts. And the app spat out the order: 2 family-sized pizzas for immediate delivery, one with extra cheese and pepperoni, the other vegetarian with mushrooms and olives. Address: Calle Liverpool, 45, apartment 2B, Colonia Narvarte. Customer: Lopez family. Estimated tip: 50 pesos. The base pay was decent, 150 pesos, enough to cover gas and maybe a beer at the OXXO on the way back. I accepted the job without thinking twice, the GPS plotting the route along División del Norte, avoiding the treacherous potholes of Cuauhtémoc. Narvarte is a tired middle-class neighborhood, concrete buildings from the 1970s with rusty balconies where clotheslines hang with children's clothes, small stores with flashing neon signs promising cold beer and imported chelas, and families who close their doors early so as not to hear the echoes of the city. Drunken shouts on the avenue, the wail of ambulances heading to the general hospital. I parked the motorcycle against the sidewalk, the metal stand squeaking against the pavement cracked by the roots of dry jacaranda trees, and carried the hot boxes under my arm, steam escaping through the slits like breath from a hellish oven. The heat from the pizzas seeped through the cardboard, burning my skin, but it was a familiar pain, a reminder that work waits for no one. I climbed the stairs of the building, 2 stories, no elevator. The handrail sticky with who knows what residue from other people's hands, the echo of my boots against the concrete resonating in the narrow hallway. Apartment 2B was at the end, the green wooden door splintered from years of slamming and humidity, with a peephole as opaque as a blind eye that cannot see but judges. I rang the doorbell, a hoarse ding-dong that seemed to be absorbed into the silence of the hallway, broken only by the distant drip of a faucet in a neighboring bathroom. Inside, I heard movement, shuffling footsteps, as if someone were reluctantly getting up from a sunken sofa, followed by a low, indistinct murmur. The door opened a crack, just enough for a head to peek out. It was a woman in her 40s, thin as a broomstick, with yellowish blonde, dyed hair pulled back into a messy bun that left greasy strands stuck to her neck. Her eyes were sunken wells beneath purple bags that spoke of sleepless nights or something worse, and her pale skin was dotted with faded freckles. She wore a faded floral dress, the kind they sell at the La Merced flea market for 10 pesos, with a frayed hem and yellowish stains on the chest that could be dried milk or old tears. Her smile was the first thing that struck me. Too wide, too fixed, like a crack in a porcelain mask threatening to break. "Good evening, the pizzas," I said, holding out the boxes with a stiff arm, the heat now an uncomfortable reminder of the rush. She took them without looking at me, her nails bitten down to the cuticles, brushing mine for a fleeting moment, cold as the touch of a corpse. "Thank you," she murmured, her voice a low hiss that dragged out the syllables as if it hurt to pronounce them. But her eyes, those drowned rat eyes, lingered on my face a second too long, scanning. The scar on my left eyebrow from a motorcycle fall years ago, the 3-day beard I hadn't shaved out of laziness, the sweat beading on my forehead under my half-removed helmet. It was not a casual glance, but a calculating one, as if she were memorizing a map to use later. "That's 450 pesos, with change from 500 if you pay exact," I replied, my voice a little hoarse from the dust of the road and the smog that had stuck to my throat during the day. She rummaged in a hidden pocket of her dress, pulling out crumpled, dirty bills that smelled of mothballs, stale tobacco, and something sweet, like cheap perfume mixed with the sour sweat of a body that doesn't wash enough. As she counted the money with trembling fingers, 20, 50, 100. I heard a noise inside the apartment, a muffled, childish sob, followed by a sharp thud, like a clenched fist against soft flesh, a thud that reverberated in my chest like an echo of my own childhood. My stomach contracted, a cold knot rising up my esophagus. "Everything okay in there?" I asked out of professional courtesy, but also out of that instinct that tingles when something smells fishy, like when you deliver to neighborhoods where drug dealers leave gift boxes on doorsteps. She looked up quickly, her eyes hardening like broken glass in the sun, her smile freezing into a grimace that didn't reach her lips. Yes, my son is playing with the ball," she said, her voice now high-pitched, false, like an out-of-tune note on a broken guitar. She handed me the money, exact change, no change, and closed the door with a definitive click that echoed in the empty hallway, leaving only the echo of that sob that was not from play, but from something broken, something that breaks inside. I stood there for an eternal moment, the non-existent change in my empty hand, my heart beating a little faster than normal, as if the apartment had exhaled a stale breath that clung to my skin. In Mexico City, you hear things all the time, screams in the night that are lost in the roar of traffic, children crying in neighboring apartments while their parents argue over money or jealousy. It's the city, I told myself, walking down the stairs with the boxes already delivered weighing on my mind like invisible ghosts. But something in her gaze, that coldness behind the broken smile, like the ice that covers a well before you fall in, stuck in my mind like a thorn. I started the motorcycle, the engine coughing to life with a roar that drowned out my unease, and I lost myself in the traffic of Narvarte, car lights flashing like accusing eyes in the fine rain that was beginning to fall, the smell of burnt gas mixing with that of the pizzas that still permeated my jacket. The shift continued its mechanical course, as always. A sushi order in Condesa for a hipster couple who opened the door in silk robes, didn't even look at me when they signed the digital receipt. Just a distracted thanks bro, as they returned to their world of vinyl records and LED lights. Then a case of Corona beers for a club in Roma Condesa, where the DJ with dreadlocks gave me an extra tip with a knowing wink, his breath smelling of sweet marijuana contrasting with the stench of spilled beer on the sticky floor. Each delivery was a respite, a moment to forget, but the sobbing returned in involuntary flashes, low, muffled, cut off by that sharp blow that wasn't from a ball but from something heavier, more intentional. A child playing. My own childhood in Iztacalco had been full of accidental blows. A broken glass that fell by itself. A door that closed badly. But this had a rhythm, a deliberate sadism that made my skin crawl under my jacket. At midnight, the shift ended with a beep on the app. "Good job, Javier. Today's earnings, 850 pesos. I stopped at an OXXO on Universidad Avenue for a black coffee and a paper cup, the steam rising in bitter spirals under the green neon-lit awning that buzzed like a dying insect. I lit a cigarette, red Marlboro, the vice I couldn't give up since I was 16, the smoke filling my lungs like a temporary balm, and checked the app again. 5-star rating for the Narvarte order, with an added comment. Fast and discreet delivery. Thanks for not asking any questions. Discreet. The word froze the blood in my veins, a chill running up my spine despite the sticky heat of the night. Discreet about what? About the sobbing. About the blow. I stubbed out the cigarette on the asphalt with the heel of my boot. The filter crushed like a secret buried under the pavement and sped off toward Iztacalco, the motorcycle roaring against the rain that was now falling in thick drops, washing the streets, but not my conscience. The little room welcomed me with its familiar darkness, the bare light bulb hanging from the ceiling flickering like a faulty heart, the ceiling fan humming lazily against the humidity that climbed the walls like living mold. I took off my jacket, smelling of pizza and rain, and let myself fall onto the mattress, the creaking of the springs a lament that echoed my own fatigue. I slept poorly, a fragmented sleep, where the green door of 2B opened again and again, revealing not an apartment, but a black pit where the child, small, with eyes as big as broken plates and hair tousled like wet straw, curled up in a corner, his sobs muffled by elongated shadows surrounding him, laughing in guttural whispers that sounded like my father's voice. "It's for your own good, son, so you'll learn." I woke up sweating at 3 a.m, the digital clock on my phone marking the hours red as blood, Mexico City still awake in its underground pulse. A stray dog barking at the moon in the alley, the hum of a neighbor's refrigerator that sounded like a beast's purr. I got up walking in my socks through the narrow little room, the cold linoleum floor against my calloused feet. The kitchen was a corner with a dented microwave and a gas stove that smelled perpetually burnt. I took a beer from the makeshift minibar, a refrigerator that hummed like a dying insect, and sat down in the only chair, the plastic creaking under my weight. Should I call the police? Anonymously, of course, from a phone booth on the corner, or using the reporting app that the Attorney General's office promotes in its neighborhood watch campaigns. But what could I say without sounding crazy? I heard a bang and crying in an apartment. It sounds like child abuse. They would think I was paranoid, a delivery man with too many hours on the street, smelling of grease and desperation, inventing dramas to feel important. I drank the beer in long gulps, the bitterness going down my throat like punishment, and I remembered the woman's gaze, not fear, but calculation, as if she knew that the world does not intervene in closed houses. Friday dawned gray, smog hanging over the city like a shroud, the sun struggling to pierce it like an accusing finger. The shift started early, with Chilaquiles breakfasts in Polanco for office workers, in loose ties, who paid me by card without tipping, their minimalist apartments smelling of organic coffee and privilege. But my mind was anchored in Narvarte, on that green door that now looked like an open mouth in the hallway wall. I passed by Liverpool Street at noon, pretending to make a nearby delivery, a package of books for apartment 2A, an elderly neighbor who tipped me with a "God bless you, son," and stopped in front of the building, the motorcycle engine off but still warm under my legs. The sun beat down hard, turning the asphalt into a living oven, the air rippling like a mirage over the parked cars. I parked around the corner, under the sparse shade of a dry jacaranda tree whose yellow leaves fell like funeral confetti, and waited, my helmet on the handlebars like a silent sentry. The building seemed asleep, the gray concrete facade with cracks snaking like veins, the doorman, an old man with a palm hat and white mustache, sweeping the sidewalk with slow mechanical movements, as if he knew something and was keeping it to himself. At 2 p.m, the building door creaked open and she came out, the woman in the flowery dress, now with a plastic shopping bag in her hand, loaded with cans of tuna and packages of rice that swayed like pendulums. She walked toward the little corner store, her steps dragging on the cobblestones, her head bowed as if she were carrying an invisible weight on her hunched shoulders. I waited for her to enter the OXXO, the tinted glass reflecting her slender silhouette, and crossed the street with my heart pounding in my chest. The building swallowed me up with its familiar smell. Stale dampness mixed with the aroma of reheated food from distant apartments, the second-floor hallway just as oppressive in the daylight filtered through a dirty window. I tiptoed to door 2B, the worn doormat still there with its frayed fibers, and pressed my ear against the green wood, cold as dead skin. Silence at first, a void filled with the drip of a distant faucet. Then, a low murmur, like a twisted lullaby, distorted by the thin walls. "Sleep, my king, mommy loves you very much. Don't cry, daddy's coming to tickle you." The voice was deep, masculine, with a purr that made the hair on my arm stand on end. Not like a father playing, but like a predator, whispering to its prey. I pulled away, as if the door had burned me, my pulse racing in my temples, and ran down the stairs, the echo of my boots resounding like gunshots in a tunnel. In the little store, the woman was paying for her groceries at the register, her back hunched like a broken question mark. The cashier, a guy with a nose piercing, counting out her change with coins that jingled like chains. I left before he saw me, sweat running down my temple despite the cool air, and got on my motorcycle, the engine roaring to life and drowning out the buzzing in my head. That murmur. It wasn't affection. It was possession, a silk thread slowly strangling me. I sped toward the agency, delivering orders on autopilot, a subway lunch on Paseo de la Reforma for an executive who looked at me impatiently from his office overlooking the Angel, a bottle of Don Julio tequila for a party in Coyoacan, where techno music boomed from a house with a bougainvillea garden, drowning my thoughts in its hypnotic rhythm. But the green door haunted me, opening in my mind like a festering wound, revealing not a home, but an altar of pain. The threat came that same night, like a blow you expect but don't see coming. The app sent me back to Narvarte, ironic, cruel, as if the algorithm knew of my obsession. A request for pozole for apartment 2C, the neighbor next door. I parked the motorcycle under the same dry jacaranda tree, the engine shutting off with a tired sigh, and carried the thermal bag with the steam from the broth, rising like the breath of a wounded dragon. The second-floor hallway was dark. The main light bulb burned out, leaving only the yellowish light from 2B spilling into the corridor, like diluted blood from a fresh wound. I rang the bell at 2C, a sharp ding-dong that cut through the silence, but my eye was drawn to the green door, now ajar, as if inviting me in. A man suddenly emerged from 2B like a summoned specter, tall, burly like an AA wrestler, wearing an unbuttoned plaid shirt that revealed a hairy chest and blurred tattoos, a Virgin of Guadalupe wrapped in thorny roses, the figure's rosary dripping pixelated blood. His face was a mask of hardened flesh, a nose flattened in some youthful fight, small eyes sunken like black oil wells, a stubble beard that gave him the air of an unshaven wolf ready to bite. He saw me standing there, with the bag of pozole in my hand and my finger still on the 2C doorbell, and his smile was a clean cut, crooked yellow teeth, thin lips that stretched without reaching his eyes, revealing a void that was colder than the threat. "What are you looking at, asshole?" he growled, his voice a deep rumble that vibrated in my chest like the bass line of a narco corrido. I took an instinctive step back, the bag shaking in my hands, the broth sloshing inside. "Nothing, sir. Delivery for the neighbor next door," I replied, my voice a tense thread that I hated for its weakness. He approached, invading my personal space with the body of a bull, the smell of stale beer and sour sweat hitting me like a punch in the stomach. "I saw you yesterday, you fucking delivery guy, snooping around like a rat. You want to see something real?" His hand rose, a thick, calloused thumb pointing at my chest, grazing my red jacket with pressure that promised bruises. Behind him, In the crack of the door that opened wider with his movement, I saw a glimpse of the interior. The living room dimly lit by a floor lamp with yellow tulle, old furniture sunk like corpses, and the boy, small, perhaps 8 years old, curled up on the worn-out sofa, large dark eyes fixed on me like wells of supplication. A fresh bruise swelling his left cheek, his split lip dripping a trickle of blood. The woman was in the kitchen, her back to the door, stirring something in a pot steaming on the gas stove. The smell of burnt meat and bitter spices filling the hallway like an omen of cannibalistic dinner. The man leaned closer, his hot, foul breath on my face, drops of saliva splattering my cheek. "If you come back here, I'll cut off your hands and shove them up your ass, you fucking busybody. This is our home, you understand? The child is ours, our toy to play with as we please. You are nobody, just a messenger of hot shit." The word toy came out of his mouth like a viscous hiss, and I saw in his eyes something worse than pure anger, a glint of sadistic pleasure, as if the threat were a prelude to something more intimate, darker, a ritual he enjoyed verbalizing. I took another step back, stumbling over the step in the hallway, and the bag of pozole spilled onto the floor, the red broth splashing onto his worn boots and the dirty concrete, a puddle that looked like diluted blood. He laughed then, a guttural, drawn-out sound that bounced off the walls like an echo from hell, and took a step forward, his boots splashing obscenely in the puddle. "Look what you did, you bastard. Now clean it up." But he didn't wait. He turned back inside, shouting, "Close the door, woman." And the crack closed with a slam that shook the entire hallway, leaving only the echo of his laughter and the child sobbing now audible, a muffled wail that seeped through the wood like smoke from a cigarette lit in the dark. I ran down the stairs, the doorman at the entrance staring at me with empty, curious eyes. His broom paused in midair, as if he had heard everything but didn't want to know. I stepped out into the setting sun in Narvarte, staining the sky blood orange, and climbed onto the motorcycle with trembling hands, the engine roaring to life and drowning out my growing panic. I drove aimlessly through the cobblestone streets, the lights of the cars blurred by tears I wouldn't admit even to myself, the cold night wind whipping my face under my helmet. A toy, the bruise on the boy's cheek, fresh as a red-hot iron mark, his split lip dripping like an open wound. I called the police from a traffic light on Cuauhtemoc Avenue, my voice trembling over the roar of the horns. "There's a child in danger in apartment 2B at Liverpool 45, Narvarte. Physical abuse. I saw it." The father threatened the witness. The operator, his voice monotonous and bureaucratic like a form, took the report. "Mr. Morales, send details via WhatsApp. A patrol car will be sent. Do not intervene. It is dangerous." But Mexico City traffic is a living monster, a maze of stuck cars and pedestrians crossing like ghosts. And I knew the patrol car would arrive late, if it arrived at all before night fell completely. I continued my shift, mechanical deliveries in the dark, a ramen order in Del Valle for a student who opened the door in her pajamas, her sleepy eyes not noticing my pallor, an order of hamburgers for a group of young people in Mixco, laughing with beers in hand while the bass of their music boomed like someone else's heart. Every door I opened was a reminder, every tip a payment for my guilty silence. But the toy echoed in my head, a sinister echo that tangled with my own memories. My father laughing after a blow, my mother murmuring, "It's for your own good, Javier, so you can become a man." That night, in my little room in Iztacalco, sleep was a luxury denied. The ceiling fan hummed lazily, stirring hot air that offered no relief, and the mattress creaked with every restless movement, the rusty springs groaning like souls in torment. I got up at 11, the digital clock on my phone marking the hours in blood red, and walked in circles around the narrow space, the sticky linoleum floor beneath my bare feet. The kitchen was a makeshift corner with a dented microwave that smelled of burnt popcorn and a gas stove with dirty burners. I took a beer from the minibar, a small refrigerator that hummed like a dying insect, the cold glass against my sweaty palm, and sat down on the only plastic chair, the back creaking under my weight like a broken bone. The beer went down bitter, bubbling in my stomach like bile, and my mind replayed the scene on loop, the half-open door, the huddled child, the pleading eyes fixed on me like a beacon in the storm. What kind of parents were they? Sinister, like demons disguised as a nuclear family. She with her broken smile and rat eyes, calculating every word like a trap. He with his bull's body and well eyes, enjoying the threat like an appetizer before the main course. I remembered my own mother staring at the floor while my father unleashed his fury, her trembling hands serving coffee afterward as if nothing had happened. But this was worse, more deliberate, a ritual of pain in a house that smelled of rotten secrets, of burnt meat in a pot bubbling like a witch's cauldron. I called the police again at 1 a.m, my voice hoarse from insomnia, and the smoke from the cigarette I lit to calm my nerves. Go now, please. The child is in real danger. I saw it. The bruise, the blow. The operator, the same one as before, or someone similar, sighed. Sir, the patrol is on its way, but Narvarte is a big neighborhood. Report the case number and wait. Case number 456N725, jotted down on my phone with clumsy fingers. I hung up. The silence of the small room amplified, broken only by the dripping of the faucet in the bathroom that sounded like a clock counting down to dawn. Saturday dawned with a light rain, the kind of drizzle that soaks Mexico City without cleaning anything, turning the streets into rivers of floating trash and puddles reflecting broken neon lights. The shift was light, hangover Sundays for most, but my head was spinning. I delivered a brunch of eggs Benedict in Polanco, the couple who opened the door arguing in whispers about money, their 5-year-old son running around with a toy that squealed like a soul in torment. The contrast hit me. Normal children, normal laughter, in a world where others suffered in silence. I drove through Narvarte at noon, the rain now a deluge lashing the windshields of cars, and stopped at a corner cafe, a place with formica tables and the smell of boiling coffee. From the window, I saw the building, a gray facade underwater, the front door dripping like an open wound. I waited an hour, the coffee cooling in my cup, the steam rising in spirals that dissipated like my hopes. At 3 o'clock, the patrol arrived, a white car with flashing blue lights, 2 officers getting out in yellow raincoats that crinkled like paper. They climbed the stairs, I following them at a distance, my heart a fist in my chest. They knocked on door 2B. Police! Open up, routine surveillance. Silence. Then heavy footsteps. The door opened, and there he was, the man, with a towel around his neck, as if he had just stepped out of the shower, water dripping from his short, greasy hair. Officers, what can I do for you? We're family here, he said, his voice a fake purr, his smile stretched like barbed wire. The officers entered, the hallway now a scene of tension. The woman in the living room, drying her hands on a stained apron, her smile fixed like a nervous tick. The child was in a side room, the door ajar, revealing a mattress on the floor with rumpled sheets, his eyes red from recent crying, staring into space. Routine, sir. Noise report and possible domestic violence, said the lead officer, a burly guy with a thick mustache, his radio crackling at his waist. The man laughed, a guttural sound that filled the apartment like toxic smoke. Noise? My son plays, officer. He's mischievous. He falls on his own. Come see. I peeked from the doorway, invisible to them, my heart beating so hard I feared they would hear it. The living room was controlled chaos. Old furniture with torn upholstery. A TV flickering with a soap opera program where a woman was screaming about betrayals. Empty beer bottles on the coffee table like fallen soldiers. The woman approached the boy, her hand on his shoulder, in a gesture that seemed tender but was too tight, whitening his skin. Look, officer, my little angel's fine. Just a scratch from playing. The boy looked at the floor, the bruise on his cheek now purple, a split lip bleeding fresh blood. The officer asked the boy, kneeling down to his level. "Son, did they hurt you? Tell me the truth." The boy sobbed, a sound that broke something inside me, and whispered, "Dad, he hit me with his hand for breaking the plate." The man tensed, his face reddening like meat on the grill, but the woman intervened, her voice a sweet poisoned whisper. "That's a lie, officer. The boy makes things up to get attention. He's ours. We raise him our way." The officers took notes, the radio crackling with calls about other incidents: a robbery in Del Valle, a fight in Iztapalapa, and the man approached me, whispering while the officers talked to the boy. "I told you not to come back. Now you're part of the game, delivery boy. We'll find you." I left with the officers, the boy escorted to an ambulance that wailed toward the DIF, his pale face pressed against the window. But in the alley, under the relentless rain, I found the note on my motorcycle, a wet piece of paper under the seat scribbled in handwriting. "We'll be back for you and the boy. You're the next toy, Javier. Signed, your new family." The terror didn't end that night. It just mutated, spreading like roots in the damp earth of Mexico City. The following days were a maze of paranoia. On Saturday, deliveries in the rain that turned the streets into rivers of trash, every door a potential trap. I passed through Narvarte again, the house now sealed with yellow tape, but the doorman looked at me with eyes that knew too much. "They took them, son, but they always come back," he muttered. His broom paused. On Sunday, a delivery on the same street. 2C, the neighbor, opened the door with trembling hands, whispering, "Thank you for saving the boy. They were monsters." But in my bag, a wilted flower, petals black as dried blood, with a note, "The game continues. We see you delivering, Javier. Soon, we'll be delivering." The tension escalated. Anonymous calls to my phone, distorted voice. "The boy cries for you. Come play." Shadows in my rearview mirror during night shifts, motorcycles following me through Cuauhtemoc. The man and woman released on bail. "Lack of evidence," said the agent. Their house now an emptiness that whispered revenge. I confronted the doorman, his confession a torrent. "I saw them beat the child for years." She laughed, he moaned with pleasure. I didn't say anything. In Mexico City, families are sacred. The climax came a week later, during a midnight shift in Narvarte. The app sent me to 2B, pending order. The door was open. The lights were off. The child was alone on the sofa, new bruises. "Help me," he sobbed. I went in, the air thick with the smell of blood. The man came out of the kitchen, knife in hand. "Welcome to the game." The fight was brutal. Fists, overturned furniture, my childhood resurfacing in blows. The woman screamed from the shadows, but the police, called by the neighbor, arrived, handcuffs clicking. The child was saved, the house ransacked, evidence of years of abuse, photos, diaries of games. But in my pocket, a final note: "You're next." The terror lingers, a whisper in every installment, but now I am the ghost that won't go away. My name is Daniel Ruiz, and in Mexico City, being a food delivery driver is like being a ghost with a cooler bag. Invisible to the world until someone opens the door to receive their order of tacos al pastor or a reheated pizza, and then they forget you as if you never existed. I'm 29 years old. I have a Honda CB 125 that I inherited from my older brother. May he rest in peace. He died in an accident on the highway to Puebla 5 years ago. And a scratched black helmet that helps me blend in with the chaotic traffic on Insurgents. I live in a tiny apartment in the Doctores neighborhood, a decrepit 1930s building with walls that ooze moisture like open sores, and a neighbor upstairs who walks at night as if dragging invisible chains. My routine is an endless cycle, the insistent buzzing of my phone with notifications from Rappi or Uber Eats, the roar of the engine against the smog that stings your throat like acid, and the fleeting relief of a tip that is barely enough to pay the overdue rent and a couple of beers at the OXXO on the corner. I'm not one to complain. The job pays the bills, for better or worse. And in Mexico City, where the cost of living drowns you like the drains in the rainy season, that's more than many can say. I spend my mornings sleeping the sleep of the dead after shifts that end at 2 in the morning, and my afternoons editing photos for a friend who has a photography studio in Roma, a small business that gives me a few extra pesos for my motorcycle insurance. But 3 months ago, something started to mess with my head in a way I couldn't ignore. A recurring order, like a nervous tick in the app that repeated itself with surgical precision. Always the same. 2 double burgers with extra melted cheddar cheese and crispy caramelized onions, a side of golden brown fries with hot sauce, and a liter of Coca-Cola without ice, cold as a stranger's soul. At 8:15 p.m. sharp, Monday through Friday, without fail, from an apartment in the Condesa neighborhood. Exact address: Calle Amsterdam 23, apartment 4A. The customer's name: Alex Rivera. Fixed tip: 50 pesos, transferred instantly to my account, like a Swiss watch in a world of chaos. At first, I took it as a blessing disguised as routine. In a sea of unpredictable deliveries, customers who send you to apartments without elevators in Narvarte, or who cancel at the last minute, leaving you with food cooling in your cooler bag. A fixed order was pure gold. There were no surprises, no drama, just the buzz of the app at 7:45 p.m., the roar of the motorcycle on Alvaro Obregón zigzagging between yellow taxis and street vendors with carts of steaming corn, and the punctual arrival at 8:15 p.m. at the Art Nouveau building in Condesa, with its wrought iron balconies covered with dry vines climbing like exposed veins. The 4th floor hallway always smelled of a strange mixture, burnt incense from some hippie in 3B, and something rancid, like stale food or moisture accumulated in the cracks in the plaster. I rang the bell at 4A, a soft ding-dong that seemed to be absorbed into the silence, and the door opened almost immediately. The guy who answered was always the same: Alex, or so I assumed from the name on the app, skinny as a broomstick, with thick-rimmed glasses that enlarged his eyes to make them look like drowned insects, and brown hair tousled as if he had just come out of an eternal nap. He wore baggy t-shirts from rock bands I never recognized, The Cure, Joy Division, and his skin was pale, almost translucent in the dim light of the hallway, as if he rarely went out into the Condesa sun. "Thanks, bro," he would murmur each time, taking the bag without really looking at me, his eyes fixed on the phone he held in his other hand, the glow of the screen reflecting off his glasses like a cold fire. He signed the digital receipt with a quick scribble that looked like a hieroglyph, and the tip arrived instantly. Exactly 50 pesos, no rounding up, no excuses. The first week was a relief. "Daniel, you have a VIP customer," I said to myself in the bathroom mirror of my apartment as I washed my face with cold water that tasted of chlorine and metal. "Keep it up and he'll buy you a beer in Mexico Park." But by the second week, the pattern began to bother me like a thorn under my fingernail. Who eats the same thing every day? Double burgers with caramelized onions, greasy, heavy. The kind of food that leaves your stomach churning after a nap. Crispy fries, Coke without ice. It wasn't a varied menu, not that of someone experimental or with whimsical cravings. It was mechanical, obsessive, as if Alex Rivera didn't eat for pleasure, but out of obligation, a ritual to fill a void I couldn't see. I arrived a minute early on Monday of the 3rd week at 8:14 p.m., the sun already sunk behind the modernist buildings of La Condesa, leaving the sky a dirty purple dotted with neon lights from hipster bars and cafes. I double-parked my motorcycle against a fire hydrant, the risk of a ticket in Condesa coming faster than a lost tourist, and climbed the stairs 4 at a time, my heart beating a little faster than normal, out of a curiosity I couldn't admit. The hallway was empty, the smell of incense stronger that night, mixed with something sweet, like cheap perfume or rotten fruit. I rang the bell, the ding-dong echoing softly, and waited. 10 seconds, 20, 30. The silence thickened. The air in the hallway becoming heavy like before a storm, the hum of the light bulb above my head amplifying in my ears. The door creaked open slowly, as if the hinges were protesting, and Alex poked her head out, her face now gaunt in the yellowish light, her glasses fogged up by the steam from something cooking, or not. "You're early," he said, not as a complaint, but as a clinical observation, his voice flat, without inflection, as if reading from a script. He took the bag with hands that trembled slightly, the wrapping paper crinkling like dry skin under his bitten nails. "Sorry. Traffic on Alvaro Obregón was heavy," I lied, my pulse racing for no apparent reason, sweat beading on my forehead despite the cool night air. He signed the receipt on my phone, his scrawl as illegible as ever, and the tip fell, 50 pesos, impeccable, instantly transferred to my Banorte account. But before closing the door, I noticed something new. The apartment behind him was dark, except for a faint blue glow filtering from the living room, casting long, distorted shadows on the bare walls. There was no smell of food cooking, no greasy aroma of hamburgers in a frying pan or the sizzle of potatoes in hot oil. Just silence, a void that seemed to suck the air out of the hallway, and that glow that pulsed like a mechanical heart. "Everything okay?" I asked to break the ice, my voice a little hoarse from the day's dust and smog that had stuck to my throat like a second skin. Alex blinked slowly, as if processing the question in an eternal delay, his eyes behind his glasses focusing on me for the first time, not distracted but intense, piercing, as if measuring the weight of my soul. "Yes, thank you. Just busy with work." He closed the door with a soft but definitive click, the lock turning with a metallic sound that echoed in the empty hallway like a verdict. I ran down the stairs, 2 at a time, my heart a dull thud in my chest, my thermal backpack bouncing against my back like a reminder of my own insignificance. Busy with what? La Condesa is the territory of freelancers with Mac laptops and views of Mexico Park, not apartments that smell of emptiness and cast shadows that move on their own. I got on the bike, the engine roaring to life and drowning out the buzzing in my head, and zigzagged through Amsterdam under the fine drizzle that was beginning to fall, turning the cobblestones into a slippery mirror of neon lights. On the way to Doctores, my phone vibrated with a notification from the app. Order completed. 5-star rating from Alex Rivera. Comment: "Always on time, Daniel. Keep it up." My name. He said it as if he were savoring it, a secret shared in the digital void. The app only shows the delivery person's name if the customer specifically requests it in the settings, and I had never told anyone. Coincidence? Did he see me on the app's public profile? But the tingling in the back of my neck wouldn't go away. An itch that spread like roots under my skin, a whisper that said, "He knows you." That night, in my apartment in Doctores, with the neighbor upstairs walking like a lame zombie, irregular footsteps echoing on the ceiling like Morse code of madness, I poured myself a glass of cheap mezcal that I kept for nights like this, the liquid burning my throat like a deserved punishment. The apartment was organized chaos, the unmade bed in one corner, with sheets that smelled of sweat and generic detergent, the tiny kitchen with a microwave that buzzed like a dying insect, and a folding table covered with overdue bills and the phone charger tangled like veins. I sat down in the only chair, the plastic creaking under my weight, and opened the app on my phone, the glow of the screen illuminating my pale face in the dim light. Tomorrow's order was already scheduled. 8:15 p.m. Alex Rivera, double burgers, fries, Coke, 50 pesos. I closed the app with a trembling finger, but the phone vibrated again. An automated support message. Special customer detected. Maintain discretion and punctuality for additional bonuses. Special. Panic was a low buzz in my ears, like the hum of the streetlight in the Amsterdam hallway. A sound that doesn't stop until it pierces your skull. By Tuesday of the 4th week, the pattern had become oppressive, a yoke that squeezed my chest during the day. I delivered orders in Roma, Suadero tacos for a hipster party with vinyl records and colored lights. But my mind was in Condesa, on that green door that now looked like a half-open mouth waiting to swallow. I arrived early again at 8 p.m. The rain now a deluge that turned Amsterdam into a river of broken umbrellas and double-parked taxis. I parked my motorcycle under the awning of a closed cafe, water dripping from my helmet onto my neck like cold fingers, and waited on the sidewalk across the street, the cobblestones slippery under my boots. The building stood like a decrepit sentinel, the lights in the other apartments flickering like indifferent eyes, a couple arguing in 3B, their voices seeping out like smoke, a dog barking in 5A, a nervous yapping that echoed in the rain. At 8:10, I crossed the street, water splashing on my jeans, and climbed the stairs soaked, the hallway smelling of mold and something metallic like rusty blood on a forgotten knife. I rang the doorbell for 4A, the soft ding-dong lost in the silence. I waited. 10 seconds. 20. 30. The air in the hallway thickened, charged with static electricity that made the hairs on my arms stand on end, the dripping from my jacket forming a puddle at my feet like an involuntary offering. I leaned toward the door, the bottom crack worn down by years of threadbare doormats, and pressed my eye against it. Darkness at first, an absolute black that sucked in the light, then the faint blue glow of the living room, casting shadows that moved slowly, like fingers groping in the darkness. The apartment was empty. No Alex, no sofa in the corner with its torn upholstery. No table with dust piled up like dirty snow. Just the old monitor on a makeshift tripod, the screen flickering with a still image. My profile picture on the Rappi app, smiling with my helmet in my hand, taken on my first day of work 2 years ago under the relentless sun of Juarez. My heart stopped in my chest, a beat that froze like ice, the world tilting in the narrow hallway. Empty? How? The tip had arrived yesterday, 50 pesos exactly, confirming receipt in the app. I jumped up, the hallway spinning around me like a faulty carousel, and rang the bell again, insistently. The ding-dong now a muffled cry in the silence. Nothing. No footsteps, no murmurs, no creaking of an interior door. I ran down the stairs, 2 at a time, the water from my clothes leaving a trail like tears, and got on my motorcycle. The engine coughing in the downpour as if it were drowning. On the way to Doctores, my phone vibrated in my pocket, a notification from the app. Order successfully completed. Thank you for your punctuality, Daniel. But I hadn't delivered it. I hadn't opened the door. I hadn't signed the receipt. Panic turned into visceral nausea, a knot in my stomach that rose up my esophagus. I stopped at a traffic light in the Juarez neighborhood, the water lashing the windshield of a taxi next to me, and I vomited on the sidewalk, the acid burning my throat as pedestrians passed by without looking, indifferent to the ghost that I was. I arrived at my apartment after 9, the Doctores building a labyrinth of shadows in the rain, the third-floor hallway smelling of cat urine and fried food from the taqueria downstairs. My door, 3C, splintered wood with peeling paint, was ajar. The deadbolt I had left locked now loose like a loose tooth. My heart rose to my throat, a dull drumbeat drowning out the dripping from the ceiling. I pushed the door open with my foot, my hand in my pocket searching for my keys as a makeshift weapon, the hallway behind me empty but charged, as if invisible eyes were piercing my back. "Hello?" I called, my voice a hoarse croak that bounced off the damp walls. The apartment was intact at first glance. The unmade bed in the corner, with crumpled sheets that smelled of my sweat and generic detergent. The tiny kitchen with the microwave humming lazily, the answering machine light flashing with an unheard message. But the air felt heavy, as if someone had exhaled and left their breath behind. I tiptoed across the linoleum floor, it creaking under my wet boots, and checked the living room window. Closed, the latch intact, but the threadbare curtain moving slightly with a breeze that wasn't there. On the folding table, my laptop was open, the screen black but the cursor blinking, as if it had just been used. I sat down, the plastic of the chair creaking like a broken bone, and touched the trackpad. The Rappi app was open. Alex Rivera's order completed at 8:17 p.m., with a photo attached uploaded by the customer. My motorcycle, parked on the sidewalk in Amsterdam, my helmet on the handlebars, taken from the window of 4A. The world tilted, the room spinning like a crazy carousel. How? I hadn't uploaded anything. I closed the app with trembling fingers, but the phone vibrated again. A text message from an unknown number. "Good delivery, Daniel. Same time tomorrow." Don't fail. I blocked the number, my heart a fist in my chest, and poured myself a glass of mezcal from the cupboard, the amber liquid burning my throat like a red-hot iron. But sleep did not come. I lay awake until dawn, the neighbor upstairs walking like a ghost, his footsteps echoing on the ceiling like a code I couldn't decipher, imagining eyes in the crack of my own door. On Wednesday, the pattern broke in a way that took my breath away. The app buzzed at 7:45 p.m., Alex Rivera's order appearing in my queue. Double burgers, fries, Coke, 50 pesos. But this time there was a note in the comments. "Bring the receipt signed with your full name, Daniel Ruiz." My full name. The terror was a void in my stomach, a hole that sucked the air out of my lungs. I arrived at Adar. The rain now a torrent that turned the streets of La Condesa into rivers of umbrellas and stuck taxis, the cobblestones slippery under my boots like oil. The fourth-floor hallway was dark. The light bulb burned out, leaving only the red emergency glow at the end, flickering like a faulty heart. I rang the bell for 4A, the ding-dong lost in the silence, and waited. 1 minute. 2. The air thickened, filling with a new smell. Ozone, like that of a thunderstorm or an overheated monitor. I knelt down again, the water from my jacket forming a puddle, and pressed my eye to the bottom crack. Darkness. The blue glow now more intense, casting a long shadow across the living room. Not empty this time. A figure sitting with its back to the table, motionless, its head bowed as if in prayer or sleep, its tousled hair outlined against the screen. My heart pounded against my ribs, a war drum in my chest. Alex, or someone else. I rang the bell again, insistently. The ding-dong now a muffled cry. Nothing. 3 more times, my finger trembling on the button. The silence was absolute, broken only by the dripping of rain on the distant roof. Then a voice, low, hoarse, seeping out from inside like smoke. "Come in, Daniel, the door is open." My name. Again. My pulse quickened. A roar in my ears that drowned out the rain. The door wasn't open. The bolt was locked, but my hand, as if possessed, turned the knob, the click of the bolt echoing like a gunshot in the empty hallway. I pushed the door. The creak of the hinges amplified in the silence, and entered, the air in the apartment hitting me like stale breath. Cold, stagnant, with a slight smell of ozone and something metallic, like warm coins. The living room was a digital mausoleum. Bare walls with faded 1980s wallpaper. A worn-out sofa in one corner, gathering dust like dirty snow, and a table in the center, illuminated by the blue glow of the monitor. The figure sitting with his back to me. A man, thin, with tousled hair, his head bowed over his arms crossed on the table. Tied up. Thick ropes, the kind sold in hardware stores for packaging, surrounded his wrists and ankles, knotted with surgical precision to the legs of the table, his body limp in an induced sleep or exhaustion. He didn't move, his chest rising and falling in shallow breaths, a low snore escaping his parted lips. I took a step closer, the wooden floor creaking under my boot, my heart a fist in my throat. Alex. His face was hidden, but his build, thin, pale, fit. Then, the second sound. A creak behind me, in the adjacent kitchen, a subtle movement like a shadow stretching. I turned, the air thickening, and saw the silhouette, tall, hunched, standing in the dim light of the kitchen, motionless, eyes glowing in the darkness like a cat in the night. It said nothing, just stared at me, its head tilted at an angle that was not human, the blue glow outlining its shape against the wall. Panic paralyzed me for an eternal second, the world shrinking to that room, the man tied up asleep, the figure in the shadows, and me, the delivery man, with the bag of hamburgers hanging uselessly from my hand like a broken talisman. I ran. I didn't think. I didn't scream. My legs moved on their own, the door slamming behind me with a bang that echoed in the hallway like thunder. I took the stairs 4 at a time, rainwater mixing with sweat on my face, my heart pounding in my temples. Outside, the motorcycle roared to life in the downpour, and I sped down Amsterdam Avenue, water lashing my visor like angry tears, traffic a blur of lights and horns that didn't touch me. I called the police from a traffic light stop on Reforma, my voice breaking. There's a man tied up in an apartment in Condesa, Amsterdam 234A. Someone else is there. Danger. The operator took the report, his voice monotonous. Patrol on the way, sir. Don't go back. But the terror wasn't physical. It was the emptiness in my mind, the echo of that voice saying, "Go in, Daniel." I arrived at Doctores after 9, the big house a labyrinth of shadows in the rain, and I climbed the stairs, trembling, the key turning in the lock with clumsy fingers. The apartment was intact, but the air heavy, as if someone had been breathing my oxygen. I poured myself a mezcal, the liquid trembling in the glass, and waited for news. The patrol car arrived at 10:30, according to the report I found on Twitter. Users tweeting about break-in in Condesa, man rescued. The tied-up man, identified as Alex Rivera, 31 years old, asleep under sedatives, tied with packing rope. The other person, footprints, but no one found. Alex, upon waking up in the hospital, remembered nothing. I was alone, asking for food, tied up. It must have been a dream. On Thursday, the order appeared again. Double burgers, fries, Coke, Alex Rivera. But the app showed an attached photo of the customer. My face, my profile picture, superimposed on a filter that made me look paler, thinner, with sunken eyes like Alex's. Thanks for the delivery for Daniel, the comment read. My name. The identity theft was a slow siphon. My Rappi account now had transactions I didn't make, tips returned to ghost accounts, my unease circulating in dark forums that I found in a feverish midnight search. Someone cloned me, I told my friend at the photo studio the next day, his face serious under the neon lights. Change everything, bank, phone, app. But the damage was done. A charge on my card for 50 pesos, tip. A support email. Your account has been successfully verified, Alex Rivera. The tense moments multiplied like shadows at dusk. Friday, a text message from a blocked number. The house is empty, but I am full of you, Daniel. Attached, a photo of my apartment taken from the window of the neighbor upstairs. Saturday, the app sent me to Amsterdam 234A. Order for yourself. I arrived. The door ajar, the living room empty but the monitor showing a video. Me, sleeping in my bed the night before, the camera hidden in the neighbor's ceiling. Soon you will be me. The voiceover, my distorted voice. The loss of control was the real horror. Me, the invisible delivery man, now erased, replaced by an echo that asked with my face, my voice, my life. I called the police again, but no physical threat, sir. My bank blocked the card, but the charges continued. 50 pesos, tips to myself. Flashbacks assaulted me during deliveries. My brother on his motorcycle shouting, "Speed up, Daniel," before the crash that killed him. My mother in the hospital whispering, "Don't let them erase you." On Monday, the order to my address, "Come home, Daniel. I am you." The doorbell rang at 8:15 a.m. The bag at the door. Double burgers, fries, Coke. Inside, a receipt. Order delivered to Alex Rivera by Daniel Ruiz. The cycle complete. Me delivering to my own ghost. The door opening to a void where my face smiled at me from behind. The smell of stale pepperoni and cheap motor oil is the soundtrack of my life. A stench that seeps into every pore, every gasping breath as I zigzag along the back roads outside Knoxville, where night closes like a suffocating blanket over hills that hide more than they reveal. My 2006 Honda Civic coughs and spits black smoke every time I accelerate, a hoarse sound that mimics my own cough after endless shifts, and every pothole in the cracked asphalt jolts me like a reminder that I'm stuck in this routine, a rusty cog spinning endlessly toward a blurry horizon of debt and broken dreams. My name is Jake, 34 years of accumulated failures, a divorce that left me with nothing but the car and a Pizza Pronto uniform that hangs on me like a shroud, with the logo of that smiling, legged pepperoni slice that seems to mock me from the rearview mirror. I'm the invisible delivery guy, the one who shows up at your door with a hot box and a forced smile, hoping for a tip that barely covers the gas for the next shift, while the world keeps turning without noticing me, as if I were just another ghost in this city of dim lights and long shadows. Working at Pizza Pronto isn't a job. It's a penance I accepted after the mechanics shop where I repaired engines fired me for being late one too many times. And now, every night, Marty the manager assigns me routes with that hyena smile that stretches across his greasy face, as if he knows I'm on the edge and enjoys pushing me a little closer to the abyss. "Don't complain, Jake. At least you have a roof over your head," he always tells me, as he counts the day's orders with sauce-stained fingers. And I nod because what else can I do, with the rent overdue and the credit card calling like a crow in my pocket. That particular night, the sky was a heavy leaden mass threatening rain, but not letting it fall. The air humid, seeping into your lungs like old cigarette smoke. And I had 3 deliveries pending in the route book, jotted down in Marty's scrawl that looked like the scribbles of a disturbed child. The first 2 were the usual routines that allowed me to feign normality. The family in the suburb of Fountain City, where the children screamed like possessed demons behind the door, while the mother with dark circles under her eyes that rivaled mine, paid with exact change and a thank you that sounded like an apology for not giving more. Then the college students in the complex near the UT campus, a swarm of sweaty, drunken bodies that smelled of sour beer and teenage frustration, laughing too loudly as they handed me $2.25 crumpled cents, one of them muttering something about inviting the delivery guy to the party next time, with a look that made me feel dirty, as if I were part of the joke I didn't understand. But the third delivery was the one Marty had maliciously stuck me with, knowing I was last in line and the only one desperate enough to take it. 142 Forest Street, at the end of a dirt road that disappeared into the dense woods west of town, a route that everyone in the restaurant avoided as if it were cursed, whispering stories in the downtime between orders, when the oven hummed like a dying insect and the steam from the sauce enveloped us in a greasy fog. "Mrs. Davies," Marty would say with that little laugh that wrinkled the corners of his mouth, and the other delivery boys, younger guys with fresh tattoos and dreams of escape, would lower their voices telling the story of the previous guy, Mike, a skinny guy with nervous eyes who had disappeared after a delivery there, leaving only his backpack in the locker, and a rumor that he had run off to Florida with an imaginary girlfriend. But I had seen him that last night, when he came back pale as a corpse, muttering something about eyes in the dark before Marty sent him home early. And in his dilated pupils there was no longing for sun and beaches, just raw, primal terror, like that of an animal that has smelled its own death approaching. No one investigated much. At Pizza Pronto, people come and go like cold pizzas, and Marty just shrugged and said, "Another one who couldn't keep up." But I felt the weight of that route like a stone in my stomach, a premonition that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up every time the GPS flashed the name Davies on its cracked screen. I left the premises with the Civic coughing on the gravel parking lot, the neon lights of Pizza Pronto reflecting in the puddles like diluted blood, and I drove into the night that greedily swallowed the outskirts of Knoxville, the dark hills rising like silent guardians on either side of the main road, where the headlights of occasional trucks cut through the fog like blunt knives. The GPS worked at first, guiding me along back roads flanked by abandoned trailers and faded billboards, promising paradises no one ever reached. But as the asphalt gave way to compacted dirt, the signal weakened, flickering like a candle in the wind until it went out completely, leaving only the hum of the engine and the crunch of tires on loose gravel that looked like teeth scattered across the road. The pines closed in around us, their twisted trunks like arthritic fingers scratching the bodywork every time the road narrowed, and the air coming in through the half-open window carried a smell of damp resin and something deeper, of turned earth and slow decay, as if the entire forest were exhaling secrets buried beneath its roots. I tried to turn on the radio to drown out the silence, but it only picked up static, a white whisper that mimicked distant voices, and I quickly turned it off, my heart racing for no apparent reason, as if the forest knew I was coming and was preparing to welcome me with open, thorny arms. The road became a living tunnel, the branches intertwining above my head until they blocked out the stars, and each curve brought a new chill. Once, I swore I saw a white flash between the trees like eyes reflecting my headlights. But when I braked and shone my high beams, it was only a deer that bounded away with a silent leap, its silhouette fading into the undergrowth like a fleeing ghost. Another time, the engine stuttered, as if something had touched it from below, and I stopped dead, my pulse pounding in my temples as I got out to check the chassis with my phone's flashlight, the shaky beam revealing only mud and exposed roots snaking like veins beneath the earth. But panic set in anyway, a lump in my throat making it hard to swallow, reminding me of Mike's stories, how he had come back babbling about shadows that moved on their own, and how no one believed him until he returned. Finally, after what seemed like hours, but was only 20 minutes, the house emerged from the darkness like an apparition. Not the dilapidated cabin of local legend, but a 2-story structure of wood blackened by time and weather, with a sloping porch that creaked in the wind, surrounded by pine trees that leaned toward it like silent conspirators, and a single window on the upper floor emitting a faint, flickering yellow glow, like the flame of a candle about to be extinguished in a sick lung. I parked the Civic in the empty driveway, the engine dying with a final sigh that left an oppressive silence, broken only by the ticking of the cooling engine and the constant rustling of leaves against branches, a sound that seemed like incoherent murmurs, as if the entire forest were commenting on my arrival. I stepped out with the pizza box balanced in one hand, the heat seeping through the cardboard and burning my palm, in absurd contrast to the cold seeping through the collar of my oversized uniform, which smelled of past deliveries and the accumulated despair of nights like this. The porch steps groaned under my boots, as if protesting the intrusion, each creak amplified in the stillness until it sounded like a lament, and when I reached the threshold, I searched for the doorbell with numb fingers, but found only a rusty iron knocker in the shape of a lion's head, its mouth open in a silent roar that made my skin crawl. I struck it once, the echo reverberating on the porch and fading into the forest like a muffled scream, and I waited, my heart beating erratically against my ribs, cold sweat beading on my forehead, despite the icy air that smelled of pine and something else, an underlying sweetness like fruit fermenting underground. The seconds stretched into a sticky eternity, my breathing becoming audible in the silence, a shallow pant betraying the growing panic in my chest, and I was about to drop the pizza on the ground and retreat to the car, imagining the engine starting and the road opening up back to civilization with its comforting lights and noises, when a noise tore through the stillness from within, a slow, heavy shuffling, like bare feet scraping across splintered wood, followed by the metallic click of bolts being drawn, one after another 3 times, each more ominous than the last, as if the door itself hesitated to open. It opened just a few inches, enough for a rusty chain to rattle like a warning, and an eye peered out, pale blue, watery, with white injected with red veins that made it look feverish, scrutinizing me from head to toe with an intensity that was not curiosity but calculation, as if measuring my weight, my resistance, the ways in which I could be broken. It wasn't the eye of a Mrs. Davies, as the order said. It was that of an older man, wrinkled by years of secrets, and his pupil contracted to a black dot that absorbed the light from the porch, making the yellowish glow of the house seem even dimmer, more threatening. "Yes?" The voice came out as a harsh whisper, sandpaper rubbing against wood, and the eye didn't blink, fixed on my face as if it already knew me, as if it had been waiting for me. "Pizza pronto. For Mrs. Davies," I replied, raising the box like a makeshift shield, the hot cardboard against my chest a precarious anchor in the vertigo that was beginning to spin in my stomach. The eye descended to the pizza, then rose to my face, lingering on the scar on my jaw from a car accident years ago, and lower to my trembling hands, to my legs planted on the porch, as if the ground might open up and swallow me. It was a predatory gaze, not that of an impatient customer, but of something assessing its prey, measuring weaknesses, and the silence thickened until it became tangible, a weight pressing down on my chest as I waited for him to say something, anything, to break the stillness that seemed charged with broken promises. "You're new," he finally said, not as a question but as a verdict, and his eye narrowed slightly, as if that novelty delighted him in some twisted way. "Yes, sir." "Jake," I murmured, my voice coming out weaker than I intended, a thread tangled in my dry throat. "Leave it there," he ordered, and the slit closed with a sharp click, the chain jingling like a final warning, before the sound of metal against metal filled the doorway, the bolt sliding, the door swinging open with a groan of ungreased hinges that sounded like a muffled wail. There he stood, emerging from the shadows like a figure from a fever dream, tall and gaunt, bones protruding beneath yellowed skin like dry branches, dressed in dirty mechanic's overalls stained with grease and something darker, perhaps rust or dried blood, and huge hands, knuckles swollen and scarred as if they had strangled more than they had built. He didn't smell like a warm home. His stench was a wave of rancid gasoline, damp earth dug from fresh graves, and that underlying cloying sweetness that I now recognized as decomposing flesh in the early stages of putrefaction, a scent that clung to my nose like a curse. Behind him, the house opened like a black throat, a bare entryway with splintered wood floors that creaked under his feet, a hallway that sank into impenetrable shadows, where the walls seemed to lean inward, and stairs that climbed toward the yellowish glow of that single window, a deceptive beacon that promised refuge but hid abysses. I stood on the threshold, the porch behind me like a precipice, and instinct screamed at me to turn and run, that the forest, with its whispering pines, was preferable to this open invitation that smelled like a trap. "The money," I said, forcing firmness into my voice as I held out my free hand, the still warm pizza box a dead weight in the other, its steam rising like smoke from a rejected offering. He smiled then, a slow crack in his wrinkled face that revealed yellow, crooked teeth, missing in irregular gaps as if they had been bitten out, and the smile didn't reach his eyes, which remained fixed on me with that watery intensity, like wells where something was slowly drowning. "Sure. The money. Wait here," he murmured, his voice a low purr that vibrated in the still air, and he turned, walking down the hallway with deliberate steps that made the wood creak like bones under pressure, disappearing from my sight and leaving me alone in the open doorway, the door aframe separating the relative night of the forest from this absolute darkness that seemed to breathe. The silence that followed was worse than any noise, a void pressing against my ears, amplifying the beating of my heart until I could feel it in my temples, in my throat, a war drum announcing my own stupidity for staying there, for not leaving the pizza and running away as Mike should have done before it was too late. From inside, a sound broke the stillness, brief, sharp, a muffled groan that could have been the wind seeping through a crack, but it sounded too human, too desperate, cut off abruptly, as if a calloused hand had closed over a pleading mouth, and panic coiled in my chest like a snake, squeezing until the air became scarce, thin. I looked toward the car, a blurred silhouette under the dim headlights, tempting in its promise of escape, but my feet were nailed to the porch. The gravel beneath my boots an anchor of irrational fear, and the month's deposit, the bills piled on the passenger seat whispering that I couldn't afford to miss this delivery. Not when Marty had already warned me that one more no, and I was out. The man reappeared then, emerging from the hallway like a materialized specter, but in his hand were no crumpled bills or dirty coins. He held a long, heavy wrench, the dull metal reflecting the yellowish glow in oily patches, and he swung it with casual ease, as if it were an extension of his arm rather than a tool of destruction. "I've got a problem with the sink," he said, his voice a conspiratorial whisper that tangled in the air between us, and his smile widened, revealing more of those toothless gaps that looked like silent mouths screaming. "You're a strong guy. You could take a look. I'll pay you double, maybe triple if you fix it right." My eyes fixed on the wrench, its handle worn from countless uses, and then moved up to his face, where that smile twisted into something worse than kindness, a sadistic delight that made his watery eyes shine with an internal sick light. And in that instant I knew, with a certainty that froze my spine and left my mouth dry as ash. Mike hadn't gone to Florida, hadn't lost himself in drugs or a fleeting girlfriend. Mike was here, in this house, in some dark corner where the light didn't reach, and his absence was a void that this man filled with new prey, with boys like me who arrived alone at night, confident in their own invulnerability. "I'm sorry, sir." "It's not allowed," I stammered, taking a step back toward the edge of the porch, the gravel crunching under my boot like a belated warning, the pizza box still in my hand, a weight that now anchored me to danger. "I can only accept payment for the pizza. If you don't have any, I'll leave it here and—" His smile faded like a cloud passing in front of the moon, leaving his face flat, expressionless, but with a darkness pulsing beneath, a promise of contained violence that made the air thicken even more, charged with ozone like before a storm. "That's a shame," he said, his voice dropping to a guttural register that vibrated in my chest. "I thought you wanted to earn a good tip. Something worth remembering." He moved forward then, not with a wild leap, but with a slow, deliberate motion, each step a calculation that shortened the distance between us, his silhouette filling the doorway like a shadow stretching at dusk. An instinct screamed at me to run, that the forest with its pine trees and ghostly deer was paradise compared to this, but my muscles froze for an eternal second, panic a knot that stole my breath. I dropped the pizza box in an act of blind desperation, the cardboard hitting the porch with a dull thud that released a stream of sauce and melted cheese onto the splintered wood, a futile sacrifice that splattered his dirty boots, and I spun on my heels, launching myself toward the steps with legs that trembled like those of a newborn foal. I didn't get far. Pain exploded in the back of my head like an internal lightning bolt, a dull, blinding impact that sent the world spinning in a whirlwind of colors and stars, the wrench connecting with my skull with brutal precision that wrenched a guttural scream from me before it could form. I fell face first onto the gravel driveway, the sharp stones digging into my palms and knees like vengeful teeth, the metallic taste of blood flooding my mouth where I had bitten my tongue, and before darkness claimed me completely, the last thing I saw was the blurred outline of his boots approaching with slow, deliberate steps. And the last thing I smelled was his stench of gasoline and rot mingling with the treacherous aroma of spilled pizza, a wasted feast for the crows cawing in the nearby pines. I woke up with a sharp pain in my skull that throbbed like an exposed heart, each pulse sending waves of nausea rising up my throat in acidic bile, and the world was absolute blackness. A void pressing against my eyelids as if the entire basement conspired to keep me blind. The air was cold and damp, impregnated with mold and disturbed earth, with that rancid sweetness now more intense, more invasive, as if the rot had seeped into the cracked cement walls and breathed with me with every ragged inhalation. I tried to move, and panic immediately exploded, blinding me. My hands were tied behind my back, with plastic ties that dug into my skin like red-hot wires. The same with my ankles, a cruel bondage that kept me in a fetal position against the compact earth floor, and a dirty rag soaked in someone else's sweat filled my mouth, secured with duct tape that pulled at my skin every time I struggled, turning my screams into silent, pathetic moans. Terror washed over me like a black tide, a wild animal scratching at my ribs from within, and I writhed in blind fury, my muscles burning in protest as warm blood spurted from my wrists where the ties bit into my skin, warm trails that cooled quickly in the darkness. But every movement only tightened the knot, a vicious cycle that left me gasping, exhausted, my mind spiraling in denial and pure horror. My eyes, slowly adjusting to the darkness, caught faint rays of moonlight filtering through a rusty grate in the high wall, a dusty lattice that let in only silvery fragments, enough to outline the basement as a forgotten tomb. Damp cement walls with dark stains that could be mold or something worse. Piles of rotten boxes stacked in a corner, like stacked bones. Rusty tools scattered across a makeshift table. Hammers with splintered handles. Saws with chipped teeth that glinted faintly. And in the opposite corner, an elongated shape covered with crumpled black plastic, motionless and ominous, its outline suggesting human curves beneath the wrapping. A bulge that was not a simple storage box, but something once alive. Something that now lay in eternal silence, waiting to be forgotten. The panic deepened, a bottomless pit sucking me in, and my mind flashed back to Mike, to his pale face that last night at the bar, whispering about the house that eats people. And now I understood. I felt it in my bones. He was there, under that plastic, decomposed in stages that explained the rancid sweetness in the air. And I was next. The new link in a chain of anonymous prey who arrived in the darkness and never left. Footsteps upstairs broke the silence, heavy creaks on the wooden ceiling that echoed like hammer blows on my injured skull, each one sending vibrations through the dirt floor that made me shudder, and the man's voice floated down from the upper floor, a low, incoherent murmur addressed to no one, or to a ghost, broken words that sounded like a litany. "Good boy. Stay still now, Mommy's coming soon," in a monotonous tone that made my skin crawl, as if he were reciting a ritual learned from twisted memories. The stairs creaked then, a slow and deliberate descent that made the wood groan as if protesting the weight, and the basement door swung open, flooding the space with a blinding rectangle of yellowish light that forced me to squint, tears welling up involuntarily as his silhouette stood out in the doorway like an executioner on his scaffold, huge and distorted by the shadows cast behind him like broken wings. He descended the steps with feline calm, the flashlight in one hand sweeping the basement in wide arcs that illuminated dancing dust and cobwebs before settling on me, the raw beam piercing my dilated pupils and eliciting a muffled groan through the cloth. "Awake," he said, his voice a guttural echo that bounced off the damp walls, not as a question but as a satisfied observation, and he approached with steps that made the earth creak, kneeling beside me until his face filled my peripheral vision, wrinkled and yellowed under the light of the flashlight, those watery eyes shining like those of a dead fish floating in a stagnant pond. His breath was a nauseating blast of stale tobacco and advanced tooth decay, hot against my cheek, as the flashlight shone directly on me, forcing me to look away toward the corner with the plastic bag, a movement he noticed with a dry chuckle that vibrated in his chest. "No need to fight, Jake," he whispered, and his hand, rough as sandpaper encrusted with splinters, rested on my cheek, caressing it with a feigned tenderness that was worse than any blow, his fingers tracing the line of my jaw with deliberate slowness, sending waves of disgust that churned my stomach. The others fought. Mike. Oh, Mike fought hard at first, screaming like a pig at the slaughterhouse, scratching at the walls until his nails came off. And look where he is now, sleeping his eternal nap in that corner, waiting for me to visit him from time to time for a chat. His gaze drifted to the lump under the plastic, a casual gesture that chilled my blood more than any threat, and his hand moved down from my cheek to my neck, squeezing just hard enough for me to feel the rapid pulse beneath his fingers, a reminder of how fragile my throat was, of how a quick twist could silence me forever. "You're smarter than that, aren't you, Jake?" he continued, his voice dropping to a confidential whisper, as if we were sharing a dirty secret between friends. "It's just a game between the fox and the rabbit, like I used to play with my wife, Mrs. Davies, before she got tired of the rules and decided to break them. Now she sleeps upstairs in the big bed, but sometimes I come down here to see the new rabbits, to hear them panting in the dark. Well, you know what you are, don't you? The fresh rabbit who arrived smelling of pepperoni and fear." He rose with a grunt, his silhouette eclipsing the light of the flashlight as he made his way to the workbench, his fingers brushing the tools one by one with an almost religious reverence. The hammer, with its head stained with something dark and dry, the saw with teeth that looked like they had chewed bone, the hand drill whose crank turned with a ghostly squeak in his probing hand. "Mrs. Davies." I tried to mumble through the rag, the words an unintelligible paste that only made me cough up bitter saliva, but he caught the attempt, turning with an arched eyebrow in feigned surprise. The laughter that followed was dry, cruel, a sound that scraped the walls like fingernails on a coffin, and he moved closer again, bending down to rip the duct tape from my mouth with a tug that tore skin and a choked scream, the rag falling wet into my lap. "Speak, rabbit," he said, his face inches from mine, his eyes drilling into me like drills. "Ask about Mrs. Davies. They all do at first before the game gets serious." I swallowed, my throat burning like fire, and the words came out in a broken whisper. "Where is she? What did you do to her?" His smile returned, wide and hollow, revealing those gaps in his teeth that now looked like abysses. "Mrs. Davies was my wife, my everything until she stopped playing fair. I found her with the mailman one night, laughing in the kitchen in his blue uniform, and that broke the rules. I tied her up down here, just like you, and we played until she couldn't take it anymore. Now she's upstairs, preserved in bed, waiting for me to come home. But sometimes she brings me company, like Mike, who arrived with his noisy motorcycle and curious eyes, or like you, with your rusty car and your uniform that smells of failure. She approves of them, you know." She whispers from the bedroom, telling me which rules to change. Horror tangled in my mind like rotten roots, visions of Mrs. Davies, not a lonely widow, but a corpse preserved in moldy sheets, blind eyes approving atrocities. And I struggled again against the restraints, blood spurting fresh from my wrists as he watched with delight, the flashlight resting on my face like an interrogation spotlight. "Let's play, Jake," he said finally, selecting the hammer from the table with an almost affectionate gesture, weighing it in his calloused palm as if measuring his hunger. "I'm going to release one of your legs, and I'm going to count to 10. If you reach the door before I catch up with you, I'll let you go see Mrs. Davies upstairs, chat with her about pizza and tips. A lie, of course, but a game needs rules, doesn't it? And you seem like a player." He approached with the knife from his belt, the dull blade reflecting the light in a sinister arc, and cut the strap from my right ankle with a snap that echoed like a gunshot in the confined basement, the plastic breaking and releasing my leg in a rush of painful tingling. "1," he said, his voice an expectant purr, and my body, numb with terror and immobility, took a heartbeat to react, but primal instinct, that wild fire that separates the living from the dead, propelled me upward, limping with my left leg still bound, throwing myself not toward the distant door on the other side of the basement, blocked by boxes and tools, but toward him, toward the stairs behind him, a desperate gambit born of nothingness that took him by surprise for an eternal moment. I dodged the first blow of the hammer by millimeters, the metal whistling through the air and embedding itself in the stair post with a dull thud that splintered the wood and sent fragments flying like shrapnel. But his other hand, free and quick as a fairground wrestler's, tangled in my hair and pulled with brutal force, wrenching a scream from me as my head tilted back, the world spinning in a blur of pain and shadows. I fell backward onto the dirt floor, the impact expelling the air from my lungs in a choked gasp, and he leaned over me, his weight immobilizing me like a slab of granite, his knees digging into my ribs as the hammer rose again, its shadow looming over my face like a descending guillotine. "Only two," he whispered, his hot, foul breath enveloping me, a feigned disappointment in his tone that made the moment even more sinister. Mike made it to 5, the bastard, running in circles like a mouse in a trap, screaming for his mom until I broke his jaw. "You could do better, Jake. You could get to 3, at least, if you begged nicely." The hammer then came down, not with full force, but enough to connect with my shoulder in a burst of white agony that drew a guttural scream from me, the bone cracking under the impact like dry wood, and the pain radiated up my arm in waves that blurred my vision, tears welling up involuntarily as I rolled instinctively, trying to get away from his weight, my bound leg dragging uselessly across the ground. He laughed, a low, gurgling sound that bounced off the walls like an echo in an asylum, and rose just enough to kick me in the side, the heel of his boot connecting with my kidneys in a dull thud that curled me into a fetal position, the air escaping in a broken hiss. 3, he counted playfully, as if we were playing cards instead of this, and he took a step back, giving me illusory space to crawl toward the stairs, my shoulder hanging uselessly, the pain a constant fire that clouded everything but my survival instinct. I crawled like a wounded worm, dirt scraping my cheek and filling my mouth with bitter dust, every inch a battle against my traitorous body that refused to obey. And I reached the first step, splinters digging into my bleeding palm as I pulled myself up, my heart a drum of panic in my chest. The open door above, a promise of freedom I knew was false, but pursued anyway. 4, he said behind me, his voice closer now. Slow steps, crunching the earth as if savoring the chase, and I reached the 3rd step, my good arm burning in protest, when his hand closed around my bound ankle, pulling with a force that sent me sliding back to the ground in a chaos of limbs and pain, my head hitting the edge of the stairs with a thud that sent stars exploding in my vision. I rolled onto my back, gasping, and he was there, kneeling again, the hammer swinging lazily in his hand, as his unbandaged face filled my world, those watery eyes shining with pure, almost childlike delight in another's agony. 5, he whispered, and the hammer came down this time on my knee, the impact an internal thunderclap that pulverized bone and cartilage in a symphony of crunching and screaming from me, the pain so intense that I choked on my own vomit, the world reduced to a tunnel of agony where nothing existed but his laughter and the sweet stench of the basement, a harbinger of the eternity that awaited me under the black plastic. Time in the basement became a blur of darkness and pain, hours or days melting into a fog where the man periodically descended, his silhouette a predictable ritual that I awaited with a mixture of terror and sick resignation, each descent of the stairs a prelude to new games that he invented with the creativity of an experienced torturer. The first time after the hammer was with water. He dragged me into a corner where a rusty hose dripped from a broken sink, cutting the ties on my wrists only to tie my hands to an exposed pipe, the cold metal biting into my bruised skin as he turned on the tap with a smile, the icy stream hitting my half-naked body. He had torn my uniform into strips to let it breathe, he said, like needles of ice digging into fresh bruises, the cold penetrating to my bones until I was shaking uncontrollably, my teeth chattering in a rhythm he mimicked with taps of his knife against the pipe, counting seconds as if measuring my endurance. Mike lasted 10 minutes before begging for warmth, he murmured, his hot breath against my frozen ear, and I bit my lip until it bled to keep from breaking down, but the cold seeped into my mind, clouding my thoughts, until all that remained was the muffled moan that escaped when the water finally stopped, leaving me curled up in a rapidly cooling puddle, the basement, a mausoleum of my own tremors. Then came the visits from Mrs. Davies, or what he said she was. She would come up with a framed photo, a smiling woman in her 80s with blue eyes that I now recognized in his, and placed it on the tool table, talking to the image as if it would respond, his voice alternating between tenderness and rage as he forced me to watch, tied to a makeshift chair of stacked drawers that creaked under my weight. "Say hello to the lady, Jake," he ordered. And if I didn't speak, the knife traced shallow lines on my arm, not enough to maim, but enough to draw blood that dripped onto the ground. A map of exposed veins that he admired with curious fingers, licking a drop once with a pale tongue that turned my stomach more than any blow. "She approves of you," he whispered, tilting the photo so that the woman appeared to nod, and he told fragmented stories of their marriage, how the game began as laughter in the kitchen but ended with her tied to the bed upstairs, preserved with salt and sheets so she would never leave. And every word was a nail in my sanity, the basement closing in around me like a living tomb where the dead spoke through madmen. I tried to escape twice more in those first hours that stretched like years, the first time taking advantage of a moment when he came down without the flashlight, the beam of light from above filtering through enough to see the outline of the door. I struggled with the zip ties with broken nails until one gave way on my left wrist, the blood lubricating the plastic in a hot stream that gave me the strength to crawl toward the stairs, my dislocated shoulder hanging like dead meat and my shattered leg a ballast of agony with every movement. But I heard his footsteps above before I reached the third step, the treacherous creak of the wood announcing his descent, and I threw myself under the tool table, holding my breath until my lungs burned, his flashlight sweeping the basement in arcs that grazed my hiding place by inches, the beam illuminating Mike's bulge for an eternal second, the crumpled plastic revealing a glimpse of faded denim that chilled me more than the cold. "I know you're awake, Rabbit," he crooned, his voice playful but with an edge that cut through the air, and he kicked a nearby box, the explosive noise making my heart stop. But he kept going, climbing the stairs with a feigned sigh of boredom. And I stayed there, trembling in the renewed darkness, failure a poison spreading through my veins, knowing that each attempt only excited him more, made him more creative in his punishments. The second time was worse, driven by delirium from hunger and thirst. I had gone a day, maybe two, without food other than crumbs of hardened pizza that he threw at me like a dog. And when he came down with a plate of stewed meat that smelled like venison but tasted like something forbidden, he cut the straps on my ankles to let me stretch my legs, his knife grazing my skin in caresses that made my hair stand on end, and I waited until he turned to the table to serve himself, lunging toward the door with an animalistic roar that surprised even me. I hobbled up the stairs, 3 at a time, my broken leg a raging fire that clouded my vision, but I reached the upper hallway, the house opening up into a labyrinth of shadows where the yellowish glow came from a room at the end. And for a second I smelled freedom, fresh pine seeping through a half-open window, but his hand grabbed my good ankle, pulling so hard that I fell face first onto the wood, splinters digging into my cheek as he laughed from below, calmly climbing the stairs, the forgotten plate spilling into a red puddle that I licked as I fell, thirst betraying me. He dragged me back by my hair, each step a new bruise on my back, and the punishment was psychological this time. He tied me in front of Mike's body, tearing the plastic just enough to reveal his face, or what was left of it, frozen in an eternal grimace of surprise, eyes sunken into empty sockets that seemed to follow me. and forced me to talk to him, to tell him delivery stories, while he watched, the knife tracing patterns on my thigh, not cutting but pressing hard enough to make the skin whiten under the blade, whispering, "Mike is listening, Jake. Tell him what fear tastes like when the fox smells you nearby." The nights melted into a cycle of vigils and delirium, the basement an inverted womb where only terror was born, and the man, who introduced himself as Mr. Davies in a moment of false cordiality, offering me water in a filthy glass that I drank with trembling hands, came down with variations on his games, each more sinister than the last, designed not only to break the body but to corrode the mind until only hollow obedience remained. Once it was with sounds. He blindfolded me with a rag soaked in his sweat, tying me to the chest of drawers, and played recordings on an old cassette player he took out of a box, muted voices, moans that could have been Mike's or other previous rabbits, intermingled with his laughter and whispers from Mrs. Davies that sounded pre-recorded, a spectral chorus that made me jump with every click of the device, the knife grazing my neck in sync until I begged for silence, breaking into sobs that he licked from my cheek with delight. Another time he was hungry. He left me for 3 days with nothing but dirty water from the sink, my stomach a roaring void that amplified every creak in the basement like threats. And when he came downstairs, he chewed meat in front of me, offering me bites that I refused until hunger betrayed me, swallowing what tasted like venison but had a stringy, human texture. While he recounted how Mike fed the family for weeks, his laughter an echo that haunted me in dreams where I chewed bones and the rancid sweetness became my breath. In moments of solitude, when the stairs creaked with his absence, my mind fractured into flashbacks that were both refugee and torture. I remembered the divorce, the night Lisa left me with a note on the kitchen table, "I can't take this stagnant life," and how I sank into night deliveries to fill the silence. But now that silence was worse, a void where I imagined her voice calling me back, or my father's, who had died years ago of cancer, whispering, "Get up, boy, don't be weak." But the basement devoured those voices, replacing them with the moans of Mike's lump, which I swore was moving in the shadows, a stiff finger brushing my foot in the darkness. I tried to scream once when thirst drove me mad, yelling at the walls until my voice cracked into hoarseness, but the sound bounced back like a mockery. And upstairs, I heard his laughter, footsteps approaching, and the next game was with the drill. He turned it slowly against my ear, the metal-on-metal screech a prelude to what was to come, whispering, "Choose, Jake, the ear or the finger, so you learn to be quiet." And I chose the finger. The pain of the saw cutting through the fingertip a clean fire compared to the terror of auditory blindness, blood splattering the earth as he stored the piece in a jam jar for the ladies' collection. The tension built like layers of mold on the walls, each descent of the stairs a delayed climax that left me trembling in anticipation. And on one of those visits, the longest, he dragged me upstairs for the first time, limping down the hall with my arm over his shoulder like a false comrade, the yellowish glow revealing the house as a living mausoleum, walls covered with faded photos of Mrs. Davies in cheerful poses that contrasted with the stench of dust and decay, furniture covered with sheets that hid misshapen forms, and the room at the back, door ajar, letting out a sweeter, more intense smell, where he pushed me to the threshold to see the bed, the motionless figure under yellowed sheets, the face preserved in a grimace of eternal surprise, eyes open and blind staring at the ceiling, and he whispered, "Say hello, Bunny. Tell her you brought pizza." And I vomited in the hallway, acid burning my throat as I laughed, dragging me back downstairs with promises of marital games we would play together. Days turned into weeks in that haze of pain and waiting, my body a map of bruises and cuts that healed crookedly, my shoulder hanging uselessly, and my leg a knot of splintered bone that made me limp even in my dreams. And the man, Mr. Davies the Fox, became a capricious god of my personal hell, coming down with offerings of poisoned food and promises of freedom if I played well. But every victory was an illusion, another step deeper into his ritual, like when he forced me to fix the sink tied to the pipes, water dripping on my head while he narrated how Mike had tried the same thing and drowned in his own stupidity. The knife tracing lines on my back that bled slowly, an hourglass of my own blood. I tried to manipulate him once, whispering about paying double if you let me go, but his laughter was thunder. And the punishment was to tie me to Mike's bundle, skin against cold plastic, forcing me to chat with the previous rabbit until delirium made me believe it was moving, that Mike was whispering escape tips from the dead, and I woke up screaming, only to find Mr. Davies watching me, eyes shining with approval. "Good game, Jake. Now you're part of the family." The climax came in a storm that lashed the forest with fury. Lightning illuminating the basement in flashes that revealed horrors. Rats fleeing the shadows. Mike's bundle looking bigger, more alive in the intermittent light. And Mr. Davies came down soaked, eyes feverish with the excitement of the rain, declaring wedding night, dragging me upstairs despite my hoarse pleas. The hallway a tunnel of thunder, where the bedroom door opened to the figure of Mrs. Davies, preserved on her deathbed, and she tied me to the bed beside her, moldy sheets wrapping us like a shared shroud. Her cold hand, or was it hers, brushing my skin as he recited twisted vows, the knife dancing across my chest in patterns that traced bloody hearts. "She loves you, Jake," he whispered, and lightning illuminated his face, revealing scars I hadn't noticed, nail marks that could be Mike's or hers, and I struggled until the strap gave way in my good hand, instinct guiding me to strike his temple with my elbow in a desperate arc, the dull thud sending him to the floor in a tangle of limbs, and I crawled free, limping down the hallway as the storm roared approval, the car still outside like a miracle, but his footsteps caught up with me at the door, claw on my ankle, pulling, and I fell onto the porch, gravel biting my face as the hammer whistled again. We fought in the pouring rain, thunder masking my screams, his weight crushing me against the slippery wood. But the pain made me fierce, rolling to sink my teeth into his forearm until warm blood flooded my mouth. A metallic taste that made him yelp and loosen his grip, and I got up, limping toward the car with keys trembling in my bloody hand, the engine coughing to life just as his silhouette emerged from the porch, hammer raised. But I accelerated, headlights cutting through the rain like blades, the road opening up into a river of mud that swallowed me but didn't stop me. Knoxville, a distant beacon, I swore to reach. Days later, in the hospital with my shoulder reset and my leg in a cast, I told the story to skeptical-looking police officers. Hallucinations from shock, they said. But I found Mike's body in a nearby ditch, and Mr. Davies disappeared like smoke, but his smell, gasoline, rot, sweetness, haunts me in my dreams. A reminder that some games don't end, they just wait for the next rabbit on the road. My life boiled down to this: zigzagging along back roads under cloudy skies, delivering fleeting warmth to strangers who saw me as a passing ghost. A 22-year-old delivery driver struggling to pay for college with shifts that left my body in pieces and my mind blank. It was Friday night, exhaustion piling up on my shoulders like molten lead, and this was the last delivery of the shift, in order that the app had assigned me with that algorithmic coldness that didn't distinguish between a normal house and a pit of darkness. The digital map guided me out of the city, along a secondary road that wound its way into a wooded area where streetlights were a distant memory, and darkness closed in like a thick, hungry jaw, swallowing the edges of the road until all that remained were my headlights cutting a trembling strip of light, illuminating branches that stretched out like bony fingers, scratching the air. There had been no cell phone signal for 10 minutes. The phone dead on the passenger seat next to the cooler bag, humming with the heat of the pizza, an extra pepperoni with mushrooms, and black olives that now seemed like a ridiculous sacrifice. A piece of normality wrapped in cardboard for a place that the GPS marked as 137. Lone Forest Road, a name that already made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, as if the entire forest were conspiring to isolate what lay at the end. The old Honda rattled with every bump, the engine an anxious purr that mimicked my racing pulse, and I swore I heard a crackling in the undergrowth to my right, a dry sound like branches breaking under invisible feet. But when I turned my head, I saw only shadows dancing at the edge of the headlights, a play of light and darkness that made me grip the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white, cold sweat beading on my forehead despite the suffocating heat rising from the engine. Finally, the headlights swept across a rusty iron gate, ajar like a mouth twisted into a sinister smile, and in the background, the house emerged from the gloom like a silhouette torn from a feverish dream. 2 stories of rotten wood, crumbling with sickly dignity. The porch boards leaning dangerously forward as if the entire structure were leaning in to whisper secrets to the forest. Dirty windows reflecting my lights like blind, opaque eyes, and not a single glimmer of life inside, only the absolute stillness of a place abandoned by time, where even the wind did not dare to enter. I checked the ticket on the phone's dim screen for the umpteenth time. Extra pepperoni, mushrooms, black olives, cash. Urgent, a normal order that now seemed like a decoy, and a chill ran down my spine, not from the cold that was beginning to seep in through the half-open windows, but from a visceral feeling, a knot in my stomach screaming at me to turn around, leave the pizza at the gate, and flee to the main road where the world still existed. "He's just an eccentric old man," I said aloud, my voice hoarse and broken in the silence of the car, a mantra to fill the void pressing against my ears. But the words dissipated into the darkness like smoke, and I got out of the Honda with heavy legs, the thermal bag hanging from my hand like a dead weight. The heat from the pizza seeping through the cardboard and burning my palm as I walked down the gravel path that crunched under my boots like grinding bones, each step amplified in the oppressive stillness where not a cricket dared to sing, not a leaf whispered, only the echo of my shallow breathing breaking the black veil that enveloped everything. I climbed the 3 steps of the porch, which groaned under my weight like a muffled lament, the splintered wood scraping the soles of my boots in a sound that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. And I looked for the doorbell on the wooden door swollen with moisture, but I only found a rusty button that didn't respond when I pressed it. A dead silence that forced me to knock with my knuckles, the impact reverberating in the empty porch like a gunshot in an abandoned cathedral. Seconds stretched into eternal minutes, cold sweat running down my back under Tony's t-shirt, and I was about to drop the bag on the ground and back toward the car, imagining the engine starting and the road opening up back to civilization with its flashing lights and comforting noises, when I heard noises on the other side of the door. A slow, heavy shuffling, like bare feet scraping rotten wood, followed by a deep, raspy sigh that seeped through the cracks like foul breath. And then the door opened a few inches, just enough for a thick, rusty chain to tighten with a metallic clink that sounded like a warning, and a smell escaped through the crack, a stench of dust accumulated over decades, of things closed and forgotten, and something deeper, sour like spoiled milk mixed with an underlying sweetness of decomposing flesh in the early stages of putrefaction, a scent that stuck in my throat and made me swallow hard. An eye appeared in the opening, large and watery blue, seemingly devoid of any spark of human intelligence. A pale globe injected with red veins that studied me with deliberate slowness, scanning my face, my uniform, the bag in my hand, as if measuring not the delivery man, but the prey that had just arrived, and the silence thickened until it became tangible, a weight pressing down on my chest as that eye didn't blink, absorbing details with an eagerness that chilled me to the bone. "Tony's Pizza," I finally said, raising the bag with a movement that was meant to be casual but came out shaky, forcing a professional smile that felt like a grotesque grimace on my face. my lips stretched over teeth that chattered slightly in the cold rising from the forest. The chain came loose with a sharp snap that echoed like a gunshot in the stillness, and the door swung open with a groan of ungreased hinges that sounded like a prolonged wail, revealing the man who lay on the other side, emerging from the gloom like a figure torn from a medieval engraving of plagues and madness. Tall and emaciated, pale, translucent skin, hanging from protruding bones and flaccid folds that moved with each shallow breath, dressed in a dirty, threadbare flannel robe, stained with what he hoped were food stains, but which in the dim light looked something more viscous, more organic. And his hands, oh God, his hands were enormous, knuckles swollen and protruding like knots in a rope about to snap. Long yellowed nails curved like claws ready to tear flesh. "Come in," he said, his voice a hoarse whisper that scraped the air like stones rubbing together in the dark. A sound that tangled in my chest and stole my breath. And in that moment, with the door wide open like a black throat, primal instinct screamed at me to run, that the forest with its shadows and creeks was paradise compared to crossing that threshold. But my feet remained nailed to the porch, cold sweat running down my back in rivulets that cooled quickly against the fabric of my t-shirt. Here's your order. That'll be $22.50, I replied, standing in the doorway with the bag held out like a makeshift shield, the heat from the pizza seeping through the cardboard and burning my palm. An absurd contrast to the cold emanating from the house like the breath of a tomb. "Come in," he repeated, and this time it was not an invitation but a low, guttural command that vibrated in the air between us like a veiled threat, his single eye, the other hidden in the shadow of his sunken face, fixed on me with a voracious greed that had nothing to do with hunger for food. And before I could back away, his hand shot out like a snake's lash, grabbing my wrist with brutal, unnatural force, his fingers closing around my flesh like wrought iron pincers, a sharp pain radiating up my arm to my shoulder that wrenched a choked cry from me, the sound dying in my throat as he pulled me inside with terrifying ease, as if I were a rag doll stuffed with straw, and the door slammed shut behind us, the bolt sliding with a final click that sealed off the outside world, plunging us into almost total darkness where the smell of dust and mold intensified, enveloping me like a damp shroud. The stench was now overwhelming, a wave that hit my face like an invisible fist. Dust accumulated in layers, floating in the stagnant air, mold climbing the walls like black veins, and that underlying sour sweetness, stronger, more invasive, like sour milk fermenting in a forgotten corner, mixed with the subtle stench of rotting flesh seeping from somewhere deep in the house, a scent that stuck to my tongue and made me swallow bile. What do you want?" I stammered, struggling against his grip with all the strength of my muscles tense with panic, but it was useless. His fingers sunk into my flesh like roots in soft earth. The pain of fire that rose up my arm and clouded my vision with white spots. And he didn't answer, just dragged me through a dark hallway where the walls covered with peeling wallpaper leaned inward as if the house itself was conspiring to narrow the space, our footsteps echoing in the deathly silence like echoes of a funeral procession. Every creak of the wood under his feet a sinister heartbeat that synchronized with my racing heart. He pushed open a door at the end of the hallway with a shove that made the hinges groan like a wounded animal, and threw me into what had once been a kitchen, a damp and dirty cave where rotten furniture crumbled in moldy corners, the sink overflowing with dishes encrusted with hardened food that looked like relics of forgotten feasts, and in the center, under the dim light of a hanging bulb that flickered like a dying eye, a tall wooden chair, reinforced with thick, worn leather straps on the arms and footrest, stained with something dark that absorbed light rather than reflecting it. And then I understood, with a clarity that chilled me to the bone and left my mouth dry as ash. It wasn't the pizza he wanted, not the extra pepperoni or the sautéed mushrooms. It was me, fresh and terrified. A new ingredient for his twisted recipe, and panic exploded in my chest like a grenade, a wild animal scratching at my ribs as I struggled with blind fury, kicks and elbows bouncing off his flaccid but unyielding body as if I were hitting a wet sandbag. With terrifying ease that wrenched a guttural scream from me, he threw me against the chair, the impact shaking my spine and expelling the air from my lungs in a choked gasp. And before I could roll and get up, he was on top of me, his huge hands gripping my arms with bone-crushing force, while with mechanical dexterity he tightened the straps around my wrists and ankles, the leather biting into my skin in a cruel embrace that tightened with every tug I made, turning the struggle into a vicious cycle of pain and restraint that left me gasping, exhausted, the pizza bag fallen to the floor, and the open box spilling its sticky contents onto the dirty tiles like a sacrifice spilled before a pagan altar. The man, my captor, then straightened up, his silhouette eclipsing the light bulb until the kitchen was plunged into a denser gloom, and picked up a piece of pizza from the floor with deliberate fingers, bringing it to his nose to inhale deeply with his eyes closed in feigned ecstasy, as if the aroma were the most sublime of delicacies, before turning to me with a transformation in his face that paralyzed me. The watery emptiness of his eyes filled with a grotesque tenderness, a possessive and insane love that made his smile stretch into a grimace devoid of humanity, yellow teeth gleaming in the darkness like fangs about to sink in. "Now, my little chef," he whispered, his voice taking on a sing-song, childlike tone that contrasted with his previous harshness, a twisted coo that tangled in the stale air like profane incense smoke, and approached with slow steps that creaked on the tiles, caressing my cheek with the back of his dirty fingers, the rough, cold contact sending waves of disgust that churned my stomach to the brink of nausea. "Daddy's hungry. You're going to cook for Daddy. You're going to feed him like a good boy." "No, I'm not a chef," I managed to stammer, my voice trembling with panic that closed my throat like an invisible claw, tears of rage and terror welling up in my eyes and rolling hot down my cheeks. But he clicked his tongue in feigned disappointment, his hand dropping to my chin to force me to look at him, his fingers smelling of mold and something metallic that made me swallow hard. "Shh, shh, my boy," he murmured, his tone oscillating between maternal cooing and a veiled threat that made the basement, no, the kitchen, feel smaller, the walls leaning in as if the house were conspiring to crush me. "Don't talk nonsense. You're the best chef, Dad's special chef, and you're going to make the most delicious pizza with love, so Dad feels strong again." She nodded toward a corner of the kitchen, where on a table covered with cobwebs and accumulated dust lay a mass of raw pizza dough on a dented tray, next to open jars of coagulated tomato sauce, hardened grated cheese, and the same ingredients that had been on the spilled pizza: stale pepperoni, wilted mushrooms, black olives that looked like petrified eyes, an improvised altar to his madness that chilled my blood as I recognized it as a parody of my own devotion, a cycle that was already beginning to close. "You're going to make it for me," he repeated, his voice losing its tenderness for a moment and turning into a low growl that vibrated in the confined air, and his hand closed around my throat with a pressure that did not suffocate me but reminded me who had absolute power. His fingers digging into my skin until I felt my pulse beating against his fingertips, a reminder of how fragile my windpipe was under that force. His blue eyes, so close to mine, no longer looked watery, but like wells of black ice, dilated with a voracious need that made me tremble uncontrollably, and I nodded my head, unable to speak, tears streaming down my face in salty rivulets that dripped onto the strap binding my chest, a bitter taste mingling with the stench of the kitchen. He smiled again, a wide, warmthless grin that revealed more gaps in his yellow teeth, and with the precision of an experienced jailer, he untied only my right hand, my left remaining attached to the chair with the leather biting into my wrist to the bone, placing the tray with the dough on my bound legs. The cold, damp weight pressing against my thighs like a slab, and lining up the ingredients within reach of my free hand, jars that smelled of fermentation and subtle rot, a feast for his madness that forced me to touch with trembling fingers. "Come on, chef," he chanted, rocking on his heels, with a childish impatience that contrasted with his emaciated figure, watching me with the intensity of a predator, savoring its prey before the final bite, and I began to spread the sauce over the dough with clumsy movements, each stroke an act of humiliation that broke me inside, my right hand shaking so much that the sauce spilled in uneven puddles, splattering my pants and the dirty floor like blood from a botched sacrifice. He watched every gesture with sick devotion, nodding his head in exaggerated approval, his eyes fixed on my fingers as if measuring their weakness, and whispering instructions in that sing-song tone that stuck in my mind like splinters. "Yes, like that. Very good. A little more sauce in the center, chef. Dad needs it to be juicy, to cook slowly so that the flavor penetrates deeply." I spread the grated cheese with my open palm, the hardened grains scraping my skin like coarse sand, and then the pepperoni, greasy discs that stuck to my fingers like wet lips, the wilted mushrooms that gave off a smell of damp earth, and the black olives that rolled like blind eyes. Each ingredient a reminder of the pizza spilled on the porch, a cycle repeating itself in this hellish kitchen where time stretched out in agony, tears clouding my vision until they splattered the dough with an unwanted seasoning, salty and bitter. And he laughed softly, a sound that scraped the walls like nails on raw wood. "Cry, my child. Your tears are the secret to the best pizza. They make the cheese melt just right." When I finished, the pizza was a grotesque replica of the one I had brought, made under duress with hands trembling with contained rage and pure terror, the dough uneven and stained with my sobs, and he applauded with deliberate slowness, his calloused palms clapping in an echo that bounced around the kitchen like a final verdict. "Perfect. My star chef has created a masterpiece," he exclaimed with genuine delight that made his face light up in a grimace of demented ecstasy, and lit the ancient wood-burning oven that lay in the corner like a pagan altar, the flames coming to life with a hungry roar that illuminated his gaunt face in shades of orange and black, giving him a spectral, demonic appearance, the shadows dancing in the wrinkles of his skin like trapped spirits. He placed the tray inside with a reverent movement, the heat of the oven exhaling a fiery breath that reached me like a threat, and he closed the door with a metallic slam that echoed like a cell bolt, leaving the kitchen enveloped in the crackling of the wood and the smoke that began to seep in, a smoke that smelled of damp wood and something else, a burnt sweetness mixed with the sourness of spoiled milk. The next few minutes were a torturous wait that stretched out like a sticky eternity, the oven humming with a hunger of its own while he paced the kitchen in slow circles, humming a discordant lullaby that tangled in the stale air like a spell, casting glances of sickly adoration at me that pinned me to my chair. Each step a reminder of my immobility, of how the leather straps dug deeper into my skin with each shallow breath I took. I planned impossible escapes in my fractured mind, imagining that the only window boarded up with rotten planks would give way to a push, or that the door to the hallway would burst open if I screamed loud enough. But the house seemed alive, conspiring silently to keep me there, the walls exuding moisture that dripped in irregular rhythms like an hourglass of my sanity, and the smell of pizza began to fill the space, not the comforting aroma of my daily work, but something perverted, contaminated by mold and sourness, a stench that stuck to my tongue and made me swallow bile with every breath. He would sometimes stop in front of me, leaning in until his foul breath brushed my face, whispering fragments of disjointed stories about the previous chef, a guy like you, who made the best empanadas before the oven ate him, his eyes shining with a delight that turned the humming into low laughter, and I would writhe against the straps, the leather scraping my skin until it bled, a dull pain that was the only thing keeping me anchored to reality, away from the delirium that threatened to drag me away. Finally, the oven sounded a rusty beep that cut through the air like a strangled scream, and he approached with anxious steps. Tying on a dirty apron, he pulled from a drawer overflowing with stained rags, the threadbare fabric hanging from his neck like a makeshift noose, and he pulled out the tray with gloves that looked like tanned leather. The heat exhaling waves that distorted the air and hit my face like a breath from hell, the pizza bubbling and golden, with cheese bubbles slowly bursting. An obscene feast that smelled good on the surface, but now turned my stomach with its promise of ritual. He placed it on the table reverently, the steam rising like lost souls in the gloom, and sat down on a creaky stool across from me, her knees almost touching mine in the narrowness of the kitchen, holding a large rusty kitchen knife that appeared in her hand as if by magic, the blunt edge reflecting the light from the bulb in a sinister arc that made me shrink back in my chair. For an eternal second, panic blinded me, imagining the knife descending not on the pizza, but on my flesh, tracing red lines across my chest to season the next dish. But he only cut a slice deliberately, a perfect triangle dripping with stringy cheese like coagulated blood, and held my chin with his free hand, his fingers digging into my jaw until I opened my mouth out of survival instinct, the metal of the knife pressed against my cheek like a lethal caress. "Now, chef," he said, his voice a whisper laden with feverish anticipation that vibrated in the space between us. "Feed me. Feed Daddy like a good baby." He brought the slice of pizza to my lips, the hot cheese burning the sensitive skin before it touched it, the aroma invading my nostrils like an invasion, and I shook my head, clenching my jaw with all the strength I had left, the "no" coming out as a hiss between clenched teeth, a last bastion of resistance in the abyss that was opening beneath my feet. The tenderness in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by an icy fury that contorted his face into a mask of ice, and with a movement as quick as a snake's, the knife was pressed against my throat, the blade blunt but sharp enough to draw a shallow red line that spurted warm blood, a trickle that ran down my neck and dripped onto the chair strap. "Feed me." Dad," he repeated, each word a hammer blow echoing in my skull, the cold metal against my racing pulse, a reminder of how close the end was, and the blade cut a little deeper, the warm blood contrasting with the cold steel, breaking my resistance like glass under pressure. With a sob of defeat choking my throat, I opened my mouth, and he pushed the piece of pizza in, the dough raw in places, sticking to my cheese-burned palate, the taste of stale pepperoni and earthy mushrooms turning sour in my mouth. A forced feast that made me gag, but I chewed and swallowed, tears mixing with the salty juice as he watched ecstatically, wiping my chin with his apron in a gesture that was meant to be maternal, but was a desecration, his fingers brushing my skin in caresses that made my hair stand on end with disgust. Thus began the ritual, bite by bite, he cutting perfect triangles with the knife that never quite left my skin, holding my head with his other hand to force me to look at him as he shoved the pizza into my mouth, the heat burning my tongue and my stomach churning with each forced swallow, a cycle of humiliation that broke me inside as he whispered in that sing-song tone. "Yes, that's right, my good chef. Chew slowly so Daddy can feel the love in every bite." And between bites, he recounted fragments of his madness, talking about how the previous chef was a skinny guy like you. He made the best lasagnas before the oven claimed him forever. His laughter a dry sound that scraped the walls like nails on a coffin, his eyes shining with a delight that made the knife graze my cheek in random patterns, tracing invisible lines that promised real cuts if I resisted. I ate until I thought I would burst, the dough swelling in my stomach like a toxic load, tears and pizza mixing into a salty paste that choked me. A violation not only physical, but psychological that reduced me to an instrument of his madness, an extension of his insanity where every bite was a surrender, each glance from him a nail in my sanity, which fractured under the weight of his possessive love. When the pizza was finished, the last bite stuck in my throat like a final challenge. He seemed satisfied, a baby sated in his delirium, and he untied me with sudden movements that left fresh bruises on my wrists, dragging me down the dark hallway to an adjoining room that smelled of stale urine and accumulated despair. A bedroom with no bed, just a dirty mattress on the floor piled against the wall like a rat's nest, and in one corner, a rusty chamber pot overflowing with its own stench. A throne for humiliation. "Your new kitchen, chef," he announced with a smile that stretched across the darkness like an open wound, pushing me inside with an elbow that sent me staggering against the mattress, the impact shaking my exhausted body and drawing a muffled groan from me, and he slammed the door shut with a bang that reverberated down the hallway like a final verdict. The sound of the lock turning from outside, followed by heavy bolts sliding into place, sealing me in absolute darkness, where not a ray of light filtered through, only the echo of his footsteps receding as he hummed that twisted lullaby that tangled in my ears like a worm. I collapsed onto the mattress, the smell of urine and someone else's sweat enveloping me like a shroud, the taste of pizza, my pizza, made with my trembling hands, still stuck to my palate like a slow poison, a nauseating reminder of my new reality, where time was measured not in hours, but in his visits, in forced bites and whispers of tomorrow. The initial terror had given way to a deep exhaustion that sank me into the mattress like lead, but beneath it fermented a dull rage, a fire that was beginning to ignite in the emptiness of my chest. Because I couldn't stay here. I couldn't become his insane chef, his eternal baby fed with rituals of twisted love. I had to get out, even though the house seemed alive, conspiring with its creaks and smells to keep me trapped. I looked around in the dim light, my eyes slowly adjusting to the absolute darkness that pressed against my eyelids like a physical weight, and searched for any crack of hope in that makeshift cell. The door was solid, wood swollen with moisture that would not yield to blows. The only window boarded up with planks nailed from the outside like exposed bones. But in a corner near the ceiling, a small ventilation grill, perhaps large enough for a thin child to pass through, but not an adult man like me, rusted and held in place by 4 loose screws that glinted faintly in the void. It was the only thing, an opening to the unknown that could be freedom or a conduit to worse horror, but the thought prompted me to stand up unsteadily, my legs numb from the straps protesting with stabbing pains, and I examined the grate, jumping as best I could, my fingers brushing against the cold metal that flaked off in rust, a metallic taste in my mouth mingling with the residue of pizza. I had no tools, only my blunt fingernails and the edge of my boot, but I remembered something from the initial struggle in the kitchen, when he dragged me like a sack, my keychain falling from my pocket with a metallic clink against the tiles, the Honda key and the plastic college keychain rolling under the ingredient table. If it was still there, if he hadn't stepped on it in his frenzy, I could use it for the screws. A fragile plan forming in my fractured mind like a house of cards in a gale. I approached the door in the darkness, the floor creaking under my bare feet, as if the house listened to every movement, and pressed my ear against the splintered wood, my heart a dull drum in my chest that drowned out the distant hum of the wind in the forest outside, a distant sound that now seemed like an unattainable dream. Silence at first, a void pressing like a finger on my temple, and then a low moan, followed by the shuffling of slippers down the hall, slow, deliberate steps that stopped in front of my door, my heart stopping with me in a frozen beat. "Chef?" His voice a sticky whisper that seeped through the cracks like stale cigarette smoke, a sound that made my skin crawl and pinned me to the opposite wall. My breath catching in my throat as I imagined his eye pressed against the wood, scanning the darkness. "Are you hungry? Dad has some more cold pizza, leftovers from your masterpiece. Come eat so you'll grow strong for tomorrow." "No," I managed to say, forcing my voice to sound submissive, a trembling thread coming out between clenched teeth. "No, I'm full. Thanks, Dad." The words a poison on my tongue that made me choke on bile, but he clicked his tongue on the other side. A wet, reproachful sound that vibrated on the door like someone else's heartbeat. There was a long silence that stretched like a string about to snap break. The hallway on the other side, a void I imagined filled with his elongated shadow, and then a thud against the door, as if he had rested his head or fist against it, the impact reverberating through the wood to my spine. "You're a good boy," he finally murmured, his voice dropping to a purr that tangled in the confined air like a spider web. "Such a good boy. My special chef. Tomorrow we'll make something special. Pancakes with maple syrup and fresh strawberries to celebrate you staying with Daddy forever." Her footsteps then receded, the shuffling of her slippers fading down the hallway like an echo of condemnation, and I slumped against the wall, my heart pounding in my chest so hard that I feared it would be heard from the floor below, cold sweat soaking my uniform shirt until it clung to my skin like a second layer of terror. Tomorrow. I had until tomorrow, or until his madness cooked up a new whim in the embers of his mind, and the thought drove me to scratch the wood around the lock with my thumbnail, the blunt edge scraping rotten fibers in a Sisyphean task that drew blood from my skin but fed the spark of rage in my chest, a fire that burned brighter with every splinter that came loose, because I would rather die scratching at that door like a cornered animal than become his extension, the chef who fed his eternal emptiness with portions of humiliation. The night stretched out into a vigil of agony, the mattress a nest of damp straw that creaked with every restless movement, the chamber pot in the corner a silent throne that dripped in irregular rhythms like an hourglass of my sanity. And I lay awake listening to the house breathe, creaks in the beams like whispers of ghosts who had occupied this cell before, moans of the wind seeping through invisible cracks that sounded like the muffled sobs of previous chefs, and the smell of stale pizza lingered, permeating the air like an olfactory ghost that made me swallow hard, my stomach churning in knots of nausea that doubled me over on the mattress. I tried to sleep, closing my eyes against the darkness that seemed to pulsate with a life of its own, but the dreams came fragmented and feverish. Visions of the man leaning over me with the knife, cutting not the pizza, but my flesh to season the next dish, his sing-song voice whispering, "Chew, chef, chew daddy's love," and I would wake up gasping, my heart galloping in my chest like a prisoner in its cage, cold sweat cooling on my skin until I shivered uncontrollably, the mattress absorbing the sweat like a cursed sponge that tied me more to this hell. In a moment of delirium, I crawled to the chamber pot, the cold metal biting into my knees as I vomited what little remained of the pizza, the acid burning my throat in a fire that cleansed but did not purify. And as I sat up, I swore I saw a shadow in the corner, a shapeless lump moving slowly before dissipating, an echo of another chef who had lain here, his bones dissolved into the mattress or the chamber pot, and panic drove me to scratch at the lock with renewed fury, my fingernail bleeding in red grooves that painted the wood like runes of escape. Dawn came like a distant murmur, an opaque gray seeping through cracks in the door, like smoke from a distant fire, and with it came the first sound of the day, shuffling footsteps in the hallway, slow and deliberate like an executioner approaching his task, the humming of the twisted lullaby seeping through the wood like sweet poison. "Sleep, my chef, mommy is coming with strawberries." But it was him, always him, and I pressed myself against the opposite wall, my heart a fist in my throat as the key turned in the lock with a click that echoed like a gunshot, the door opening to a sliver of gray light that illuminated his emaciated silhouette, his robe hanging from his shoulders like broken wings, a tray in his hands with ingredients for pancakes, clumpy flour, dripping raw eggs, and hardened maple syrup. that smelled of fermentation and promises of a new ritual. "Good morning, my child," she sang, entering with steps that creaked the floor like bones under pressure, closing the door behind him with his foot and leaving the tray on the mattress, his blue eye fixed on me with that insomniac eagerness. "Dad brought everything for our special breakfast. Today you're going to make heart-shaped pancakes so he can feel your love in every bite." He dragged me back to the kitchen with a grip on my arm that lifted me like a doll, the pain in my bound wrist radiating like fresh fire. And she tied me to the chair with straps that dug deeper this time, the leather soaked in my sweat from the night making it stick to my skin like a second skin of torture. And she placed the ingredients within reach of my free hand, the raw eggs rolling on the tray like eyes staring accusingly at me. I began mixing the batter with mechanical movements, my hand trembling under his unblinking gaze, whispering, "Add more sugar, chef. Daddy needs sweetness to start the day." And each spoonful was a surrender, the flour sticking to my sweaty fingers like powdered bone, the eggs breaking into a viscous stream that splattered the table and made me swallow nausea, his humming a constant background noise that tangled in my mind like a hypnotic mantra, breaking my concentration until the batter splattered my pants in white spots that looked like semen from his madness. When I poured the batter into the hot pan he had lit, the sizzling was an obscene sound, bubbles bursting like skin bladders, and he leaned in close, his foul breath brushing my ear as he sliced strawberries with the knife, the blade slicing the fruit into irregular hearts that bled red juice onto the splintered board. "Look, chef, hearts for Daddy's love. Eat one to try." And he forced a piece into my mouth, the tart sweetness exploding on my tongue like fresh blood, an omen that made me choke as I flipped the pancakes, smoke rising in spirals that clouded the light bulb and made the kitchen feel smaller, more suffocating, the walls sweating moisture that dripped onto the floor like tears from the house itself. Breakfast became another ritual of force-feeding, him cutting the pancakes into small pieces and holding my head with one hand while feeding me each bite with the other, the sticky syrup dripping down my chin like open veins. "Chew slowly, my child. Feel the heart in every bite," his eyes shining with an ecstasy that made the knife rest casually in his lap, brushing my thigh tied in caresses that promised cuts if I resisted. And between bites she told me more of her madness, whispers about the chef from a year ago, a dark-skinned boy who made perfect tortillas until the oven wanted him for itself, low laughter bouncing off the walls like an asylum echo, and I swallowed, my stomach swelling with the sweet dough that turned sour inside me, tears mixing with the syrup in a paste that choked me, a violation that broke me layer by layer until all that remained was the shell of a man hovering in silence, watching the vent in the ceiling of the next room like a beacon in the storm of his madness. After breakfast, he dragged me back to the room with a grip on my neck that left fresh bruises, the mattress welcoming me like a traitorous lover, and he locked the door with bolts that sounded like nails in a coffin, leaving the day to stretch into a vigil of terrifying boredom where hunger returned like an old enemy, my stomach roaring in protest that I ignored, and I scratched the lock with my bleeding fingernail until the pain became a friend, splinters piling up on the floor as evidence of my resistance. The afternoon brought sounds from the house, creaks in the beams like ghost footsteps, drips in the kitchen that sounded like distant cries, and once a low moan from upstairs that could have been the wind, but my twisted mind turned into the echo of another chef screaming in the dark, a sound that made me shiver against the wall, the mattress absorbing my sweat like a cursed sponge. Sunset came like blood red, seeping through invisible cracks, and with it, his footsteps approaching again, the key turning with a click that made my skin crawl, the door opening to reveal his silhouette with a lunch tray, stale ham sandwiches, and moldy bread. "Time to eat, chef, so you grow strong for dinner." And he tied me to the chair for the new ritual, the knife tracing patterns on my arm, as he forced the bites into me, whispering, "The previous chef hated ham, but you eat it with love, right, my boy?" The blade pressing hard enough to draw blood in fine lines that dripped onto the table, a map of my surrender that he licked with the tip of his tongue in a gesture that made me vomit the half-swallowed sandwich, the acid splattering his shoes as he laughed. "Good flavor, chef. Vomit from fear is the best seasoning." Night fell like a slab, the forest outside whispering with winds that now sounded like distant voices, and he came down once more, untying me to stretch my legs in the kitchen, walking in circles tied to a rope he held like a dog, the knife in his other hand swinging casually, telling stories of his family, the wife who went into the oven for not cooking well, the son who played too much and ended up in the dough, each word a nail in my fracturing mind, and when he took me back, he left me with a "Good night, chef. Dream up recipes for Dad," the door closing with a click that sealed the darkness where I scratched the lock until my fingernail broke, the blood lubricating the wood in a ritual of escape that kept me alive. The days melted into a haze of rituals, mornings of forced pancakes where the sweet syrup turned to poison in my throat, afternoons of lessons where he forced me to peel vegetables with the knife tied to my hand, the blade grazing my fingers in constant threats. Cut wrong and you lose one, chef. And nights of feeding where he made me eat what he cooked under his gaze, the oven roaring like a beast devouring souls, the smoke seeping into my lungs like promises of suffocation. A week in, hunger and pain made me cunning, feigning submission in the rituals to buy time, eating with feigned love while I planned, and at a spaghetti dinner where the tomato sauce looked like coagulated blood, I distracted his attention with questions about the previous chef, his laughter revealing details that I used. The vent led to the attic, boarded up but with loose planks, and that night, alone in the room, I climbed the mattress stacked against the wall, bleeding fingers loosening screws with the edge of the coin from the keychain I had recovered in a moment of carelessness, the metal scraping in the darkness like a whispered secret. And when the grate gave way, I crawled through the narrow duct, the stagnant air suffocating me, splinters digging into my skin as the forest waited below. But I heard footsteps, the door opening, and his voice, "Chef, time to play." Panic speeding my crawl until I fell into the attic, floorboards giving way under my weight, and I ran across the sloping roof, the forest opening like a black mouth. But his cry echoed, "My boy doesn't leave." And I jumped, branches snapping like bones, the Honda still there, engine roaring freedom. Days later, in a motel with fresh bruises and skeptical police, the phone vibrated with an order from Tony's. 137 Lonesome Forest Road, pizza for Dad. I hung up, but the smell of pepperoni lingered, a whisper that the game isn't over, just waiting for the next chef. I am a 22-year-old delivery driver struggling to pay for college with shifts that leave my body in pieces and my mind in a perpetual blank where dreams of a degree in literature dissipate like exhaust fumes. That night, a gray Tuesday with no apparent features, the city air felt heavier than usual, laden with that precarious humidity that precedes summer storms and makes the asphalt shine like sweaty skin under the yellowish streetlights. I had one last delivery before I could hang up my cardboard hat with its ridiculously cheerful logo, a slice of pizza with eyes and a smile that seemed to mock my exhaustion, and face the pile of textbooks waiting for me in my one-bedroom apartment in the East Village, where the thin walls filtered the screams of my neighbors like a soundtrack of collective frustration. The phone vibrated on the dashboard of my old Corolla with an insistent buzz that broke the silence of the car, the screen lighting up with the address that took me to the outskirts, to a neighborhood that was once respectable but now struggled not to fall into total abandonment. Single-family homes with neglected gardens where weeds climbed rusty fences like pulsing veins. A silence that weighed heavier than the bustle of downtown with its honking horns and flashing neon lights. A void that seeped through the half-open windows and made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up with a primitive tingling, as if the entire place were holding its breath, waiting for my arrival. The house in question, number 1421 on Cypress Street, was the most dilapidated of them all, emerging from the gloom like a sickly silhouette, the white paint peeling off in irregular patches like dead skin sloughing off a fresh corpse, the porch sinking on one side with a subtle creak that mimicked a stifled sigh every time the wind rocked the rusty chains of an abandoned swing, and weeds had conquered what was once lawn, tall, thorny grasses that tangled around my ankles as I parked the Corolla in front of the gate, the engine coughing its last breath, before dying in a silence that felt conspiratorial, as if the car itself knew it never wanted to start again in that place. I parked with the front wheels grazing the cracked sidewalk, the click of the parking brake echoing too loudly in the stillness, and got out of the car with the cooler bag hanging from my right hand, the weight of the pizza, a supreme with extra pepperoni, sautéed mushrooms, and black olives that now seemed like a useless burden, swinging like a lazy pendulum marking the time until my escape, the heat seeping through the cardboard and burning my palm in a constant reminder of how ephemeral my role in this delivery was. An anonymous messenger who came and went without a trace, or so I thought. The night was cold, a cold that seeped through the collar of my company jacket and made the hairs on my arms stand on end, and a low fog clung to the ground like a torn shroud, giving the place the air of a low-budget horror movie, where the protagonists ignore the signs until it's too late. A thought that made me laugh nervously under my breath, a sound that dissipated into the mist without an echo, because what could be wrong with a routine delivery? Too many Netflix series on sleepless nights, too many Hammer films watched in my childhood basement. It was just an old house and a customer probably as tired as I was, a retiree craving cold pizza and static television. I pushed the gate, which creaked in protest with a metallic wail that seemed to reverberate in the nearby forest, the branches of the cypress trees whispering in response like a chorus of bony fingers scraping the bark, and I walked down the gravel path that crunched under my boots like bones grinding in secret, each step an amplified echo that made me look over my shoulder, the mist enveloping my legs up to my knees as if the ground were conspiring to swallow me slowly. I climbed the 3 concrete steps of the porch, which creaked under my weight with an ominously dry sound, as if the wood were rotten inside and waiting for just one more push to give way. And I looked for the doorbell on the wood door swollen with moisture, but found only a dusty button that did not respond when pressed, a dead silence that forced me to knock with my knuckles, the impact reverberating in the empty porch like a gunshot in an echo chamber, each knock a pulse that quickened my heart to an erratic rhythm I could not ignore. I waited, the absolute silence enveloping me like a suffocating blanket, not even a television murmuring distant dialogue, not even a radio spitting static, not even the footsteps of someone approaching lazily from a sunken sofa. And I looked at my phone again, the black screen confirming the absence of a signal, a digital void that made the place feel even more isolated, as if the outside world had decided to forget me here, on this sloping porch where the mist swirled around my ankles like curious fingers. I was about to knock again, impatience mingling with a tingling at the base of my skull that wasn't just fatigue, when my gaze fell on an object placed with deliberate precision right next to the door, on the splintered floor where the paint had flaked off in white flakes like dead skin. It was a box, not an ordinary grease-stained cardboard one like the ones I was carrying, but a dark, polished wooden one that glowed faintly in the dim light of the street lamp. A small chest, perhaps 60 centimeters long by 30 wide, with no labels or markings to reveal its contents, simply sitting there, as if it had been waiting for me since the Corolla turned the corner, a silent sentinel in the gloom of the porch. A strange sensation, a primitive tingling that ran up my spine like static electricity, warned me not to touch it, to turn around with the pizza in my hand and run back to the car where the engine would still be warm. But curiosity, that stupid, persistent instinct that had gotten me into more than one problem in college, study nights that ended at the wrong parties, won out. And besides, what could be wrong with a box abandoned on a porch? Maybe it was a package for the owner of the house, forgotten by a distracted mail carrier, or some strange premature Halloween decoration in a neighborhood where pumpkins were already beginning to rot on the steps. I crouched down slowly, setting the cooler bag on the ground with a soft thud that seemed too loud in the silence. The wood of the box smooth to the touch, cold as gravestone marble beneath my fingers, and lifted the lid with a slightly trembling index finger, the internal mechanism opening with a soft creak that echoed on the porch like the sigh of a secret released. And the world stopped in a frozen heartbeat, the air thickening around me as if the entire forest had held its breath. And inside the box, arranged with a sickening meticulousness that made my stomach contract into a knot of ice, were photos. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, stacked in precise layers like pages of a forbidden album. And in each one was me, my face staring back at me from ages and moments that stuck in my mind like blunt knives. My fingers, now trembling with a terror that rose from my fingertips to my shoulders, rummaged through the images with a hypnotic slowness, unable to stop despite the panic that choked my throat. And there I was, perhaps 3 years old, sitting on a swing in a park I didn't quite remember but now materialized in flashes. The midday sun warming the rusty metal, the brown teddy bear clutched to my chest with a sticky hand covered in vanilla ice cream, a grainy photo taken from behind a tree, the perfect focus on my toothless smile that now looked like a grimace of ignorance in the face of the invisible eye that had captured me. I swiped the next one, my thumb leaving a sweat stain on the edge, and it was my first day of middle school with a terrible haircut that my mother had insisted on doing herself with kitchen scissors. The backpack too big for my skinny back hanging like a yoke, an image that only my parents had in a dusty album in the basement, taken from across the street with a telephoto lens that blurred the cars in the background. The angle calculated to capture the nervousness in my hunched posture. My shoulders slumped under the weight of incipient adolescence. Panic rose in my throat like acid bile, a metallic taste that made me swallow hard as I continued flipping through the photos, each one another nail deeper into the coffin of my sanity. And there I was with my high school girlfriend Sarah, on the beach in Santa Monica one summer that was now tinged with retrospective horror. The sun setting in a bloody orange, our hands intertwined in the wet sand, a stolen kiss that had been our secret until that moment. But the photo was from afar, taken with a zoom that made the waves look like teeth breaking on the shore, the focus on my exposed neck as if the photographer had been feet away, breathing my salty breath. Further down, one from college, leaving my comparative literature class with my hair tousled by the campus wind, Kafka's book under my arm, open to a page that I now remembered as prophetic, The Metamorphosis, taken from a nearby bench where a normal student might have been sitting. But the angle was too perfect, too intimate, capturing the nervous twitch in my left eye that only I noticed on stressful days. Terror built up in my chest like a black tide, each photo a fragment of my private life displayed without consent, watched and collected with a patience that made sweat run down my back in cold rivulets. And I kept scrolling, unable to stop, as if touching them would exorcise them, until I came to one from last week, leaving pizza presto with my uniform stained with sauce, my cap askew, and a forced smile for the boss, taken from across the street with a hidden phone, the focus on my exhausted expression that now looked like an ignored cry for help. These weren't just random public moments, they were deep invasions, photos stolen from my privacy that made me feel naked on the sloping porch, the cold wind creeping through the collar of my jacket like curious fingers. And one showed me sleeping on my apartment sofa, my head tilted against the arm of the worn furniture, taken through the first-floor window, left ajar to ventilate the July heat, the angle from the alley where the streetlight cast shadows that I now imagined as lurking silhouettes. And another was of me brushing my teeth in the bathroom, the mirror fogged by the steam from the shower, the window ajar letting in the distant noise of cars. But the photographer had been there. In the darkness outside, capturing my vulnerable reflection with exposed teeth and foam dripping down my chin, a mundane moment turned into a violation that made me double over slightly, nausea rising in my throat in a bitter burp. "What the hell?" I whispered, my voice a broken thread lost in the mist, panic now a living animal clawing at my ribs from within, and I continued to the bottom of the box. The lower photos, heavier, darker in their intent. Not innocent memories, but warnings that stabbed like knives. One with my face in the Corolla car, a red circle drawn around my head like a target, the fresh ink bleeding into the paper, and another a close-up of my apartment door lock. An X marked with surgical precision over the mechanism, promising imminent intrusion. And the last one, the one that left my mouth dry and my heart a fist in my throat, was a crude but effective montage. My face cut out from a recent photo pasted onto the body of a figure lying in a black body bag, my eyes open in eternal surprise staring at the ceiling of an impersonal morgue, my hands bound with tape that looked real, an omen that made me drop the photo as if it were burning, the paper fluttering to the porch floor like a dead leaf. A noise behind me broke the spell of paralyzing horror, the slow creak of the door opening like ungreased hinges on a tomb, a sound that tangled in my spine and made me jump to my feet, my body spinning so fast that I tripped over the fallen thermal bag, almost losing my balance on the sloping porch that creaked in protest under my feet. In the doorway, silhouetted against the absolute darkness of the interior of the house that seemed to absorb the streetlight like a hungry void, stood a man who was not particularly tall or muscular, but whose posture radiated a quiet intensity, a stillness charged with violent potential that was more terrifying than any display of brute force, dressed in a cheap, wrinkled suit that hung from his thin shoulders like a poorly fitted shroud, his hands tucked into his pockets with a feigned casualness that did nothing to hide the subtle tremor in his fingers. His face was ordinary, the kind you forget 5 minutes after passing him in a crowd. Straight nose, square jaw, brown hair slicked back with cheap gel, but it was his eyes that made my blood run cold until I felt the chill spread through my veins like slow poison. Pale gray eyes that looked at me with an intimate, possessive familiarity. Not the gaze of a stranger, surprised on his porch, but that of someone who has watched you for so long that he believes he owns you, that your every gesture is an extension of his own twisted existence. "My scrapbook," he said, his soft voice almost a whisper that cut through the cold air like a sharp blade, a sound that tangled in my chest and stole my breath, and her lips curved into what was meant to be a smile but only showed uneven teeth in a grimace that didn't reach her eyes, which remained fixed on me with that voracious greed that made the porch feel smaller, the fog closing in around us like a trap. Who are you?" I managed to stammer, instinctively taking a step back until my back hit the splintered porch railing, the wood creaking under my weight like a warning of imminent collapse, my heart hammering in my chest with a frantic rhythm that drowned out the distant hum of traffic, and the overturned box at my feet scattered more photos across the rotten planks, images of my childhood rolling like dry leaves in the cold wind that was beginning to pick up, each one a silent witness to this confrontation that felt predestined. "An admirer," he replied, slowly and deliberately removing a hand from his pocket, his slender fingers extending as if asking for applause, but in his open palm he held a long, thin kitchen knife that faintly reflected the light from the street lamp on its blunt but lethal edge, an everyday object turned weapon by context, and the metal glinted for a second like a winking eye in the darkness, causing panic to rise in my throat like bile. "The greatest. I followed your career with great interest, from the park, from the swing with the teddy bear, from when you were a little boy who didn't know anyone was watching, keeping it in their heart like a precious secret." He advanced toward me with measured steps, not running like a madman unleashed, but walking with the confidence of a predator who knows his prey is cornered, every movement calculated to stretch out the terror. The knife swinging casually in his hand like a natural extension of his arm, and I backed up further, the railing digging into my lower back through my thin jacket, the porch creaking slightly under our weight, as if the house was conspiring to push me toward him. "The pizza smells good," he said then, his voice taking on a casual, almost conversational tone, as if we were chatting about the weather in a supermarket line, sniffing the air with a nose that wrinkled slightly, the knife still in his hand, lowering a degree but never enough to give hope. "But it's not what I came here for tonight. I came for the final piece of my collection, the perfect ending to all these moments you've shared with me without knowing it, without giving me permission, but giving them to me anyway, with every smile, every step, every dream you've had in that half-open window of your apartment." His gray eyes pierced mine with an intensity that drilled through my skull, a pale gray that now seemed the color of the fog swirling at our feet, and the knife rose again, its blade catching a reflection of the moon peeking through torn clouds, a silver flash that blinded me for an instant, causing the world to shrink to that blade, and his ordinary face that contained an obsession so vast and monstrous that it made the porch feel like the center of a vortex, the forest whispering at the edges like a chorus of silent witnesses. I screamed then, a high-pitched sound of pure panic that broke the silence of the street like shattering glass, and I lunged to the side in a desperate movement, my body spinning on the sloping porch with boots slipping on the loose gravel. But he was quick, quicker than his slender figure suggested, his free hand springing out to grab my arm with a strength that seemed inhuman, his fingers digging into my bicep through the fabric until I felt the bone crack under the pressure, a sharp pain that wrenched a choked gasp from me as he dragged me toward the open door. The threshold, a black abyss that exhaled that smell of dust and mold multiplied tenfold, a foul breath that hit my face like a slap. "Let go of me," I howled, digging my free nails into her hand with blind fury, my fingertips breaking skin in red grooves that spurted warm blood. But she didn't even seem to notice, her grip unbreakable, like roots buried in raw flesh, and the darkness inside enveloped me like a black wave as we crossed the threshold, the door slamming shut behind us with a bang that reverberated in my bones. The last glimpse of the outside world being my photos scattered across the porch like pages from a desecrated album, silent witnesses to my disappearance rolling in the mist as the wind began to moan among the cypress trees. I heard the sharp sound of a bolt being drawn 3 times, each click a hammer in my skull sealing my fate. And then he let go of me, my arm falling limp at my side with a tingling sensation rising up to my shoulder. And he turned on a light with a rusty switch that crackled before illuminating the narrow hallway, a tunnel of gloom where the walls were not painted in innocuous colors but papered from top to bottom, wall to wall with photos, thousands of them, a grotesque and suffocating mosaic of my own life displayed in a tapestry of obsession that watched me from all directions, me smiling on forgotten birthdays, me frowning at failed exams, me eating ramen alone in my apartment at midnight, me sleeping with my mouth half open on the sofa, each image a nail in my sanity that made the hallway narrow, the walls leaning in as if the house were breathing and squeezing me in its embrace. "My sanctuary," said the man, spreading his arms in a theatrical gesture that made his wrinkled suit stretch tight over his thin frame, his voice soft but charged with a religious fervor that made my skin crawl. "Isn't it beautiful? This is where I spend my days, with you. Every moment of you, captured, preserved forever within these walls that breathe your essence." He pushed me toward a door at the end of the hallway with a hand on my back that dug in like claws through my jacket, the contact sending waves of disgust that churned my stomach, and we entered a room that had no furniture or innocuous decorations, only a tripod with a professional SLR camera pointing at the center of the bare space, the black, empty lens staring at me like a blind but omniscient eye, and a powerful spotlight aimed at the same spot, its bare bulb buzzing with a harsh light that cast long shadows on the bare walls, stained with something dark that absorbed light rather than reflecting it. On the floor, spread out like a blank canvas, was a pristine white sheet that contrasted with the dust accumulated in the corners, a makeshift altar for the final sacrifice that made the air thick with sick anticipation. "Now," he said, his voice taking on the tone of an excited, almost euphoric film director as he adjusted the tripod with precise fingers that trembled slightly with anticipation. "Let's move on to the final piece. The pose will be natural, as if you were sleeping, but with your eyes open. I want to capture the exact moment when the light goes out in them, the instant when your life freezes for me. Eternal in my collection." He advanced toward me with the knife in his raised hand, the blade catching reflections from the light bulb in flashes that intermittently blinded me, his gray eyes shining with a fervor that transformed his ordinary face into something monstrous, a mask of obsession that twitched with nervous tics, and I backed up until I hit the opposite wall, the cold, dusty plaster flaking under my sweaty palms, a mosaic of my own smiling faces in the hallway pushing me forward like a chorus of traitorous selves condemning me to the man's embrace. "No, please," I begged, tears clouding my vision in a salty veil that blurred his figure in the dim light, my voice coming out in a broken thread that tangled in my throat like barbed wire. But he clicked his tongue in feigned compassion, the knife lowering a degree but turning in his hand as if measuring the perfect angle for the cut. "It's for art, my admired one. It's all for the art of preserving the perfection that you are. Each photo a piece of your soul that I have carefully collected. And this last one will be the masterpiece, the finale that will give meaning to the gallery, to the years I have followed you from the shadows, from the swing where you played alone, to this night where I finally give you immortality." He then lunged, his movement fluid and calculated like that of a dancer in a deadly choreography, the knife descending in an arc that whistled through the air near my ear, and the instinct for survival, that primal fire that burned strongest in the abyss, made me react in a desperate twist, ducking just as the blade came down, the metal grazing my shoulder in a superficial cut that instantly spurted warm blood, a burning sensation that drew a muffled cry from me as we collided in a whirlwind of limbs, rolling over the white sheet that was stained red with each impact, the air escaping from my lungs in gasps that mingled with his growl of surprise. He was stronger than his slender figure suggested, fueled by an obsession that gave him frenzied energy, his hand searching for my neck as the knife rose again in an erratic arc, the blade grazing my cheek in a lethal kiss that left a burning gash, blood dripping onto the sheet like ink on a desecrated canvas, and we wrestled in a clumsy, violent ballet in the center of that altar room, my fists connecting with his side in dull thuds that made him gasp but not yield, his knee sinking into my abdomen in an impact that knocked the air out of my lungs and left me curled in agony, the world spinning in flashes of light and shadow, where the camera on the tripod seemed to watch us with mechanical indifference, the silent shudder waiting for the climax. I struck his face with my elbow in a desperate arc, the impact connecting with his nose in a satisfying crack that spurted warm blood onto my shirt, a jet that blinded him for an eternal second. And I took the opportunity to roll on top of him, my weight pressing down on his skinny chest while my hand searched for the knife that had slipped away in the struggle, my fingers brushing against the slippery handle on the sheet now splattered with both of our blood, a pool spreading like a macabre flower under the harsh light of the spotlight. He growled, an animal sound of rage and pain that vibrated in his chest against mine, his free hand closing around my throat in a grip that stole my breath, his fingers digging into my windpipe until I saw stars exploding in my vision, panic a black tunnel closing in, but the savage rage, That homicidal fury born of all the stolen photos, of every desecrated moment, gave me the strength to twist the arm he still held, the knife rising in a trembling arc that descended toward his torso with a dull, wet sound, the blade sinking into soft flesh between ribs that cracked like dry wood under the impact. His eyes flew open, not with the expected pain, but with a deep, almost childlike disappointment, as if I had ruined his masterpiece with a clumsy stroke, and he gasped, a trickle of blood spurting from the corner of his lips in a red gush that splattered my face, warm and sticky like a final kiss. The moment. It's not how I planned it. You were supposed to be perfect, eternal in the fading light. He mumbled, his voice bubbling with fluid, choking in his throat, his body convulsing beneath mine in irregular spasms that caused the sheet to wrinkle into stained folds, and I remained kneeling over him, gasping, my chest burning from the effort and residual terror, the knife handle still warm in my trembling hand, watching the life drain from his gray eyes as they slowly glazed over, the gleam of obsession fading into a void that mirrored my own, a broken mirror where I saw not the hero of my escape, but the monster that had just been born, stained with the blood of my captor. Silence fell back over the house like a heavy slab, broken only by my ragged breathing echoing in the altar room, the spotlight buzzing above us like a dying insect, and I stood up unsteadily, my legs buckling under the weight of shock, blood dripping from my shoulder in rivulets that splattered the sheet, now an abstract canvas of desecrated red and white. I looked around with eyes clouded by tears that I didn't know were from relief or guilt, the hundreds of me's on the hallway walls watching me expectantly from their grotesque mosaic, smiling, frowning, living in their eternity of stolen celluloid. And in that moment, I knew that it wasn't just the man who had collected my life. I myself was part of that gallery now, the me that had killed to survive, a new and bloody fragment that no one would erase. I left the room with faltering steps, the narrow hallway closing in around me like a tunnel of faces silently judging me, each photo a nail in my sanity that made the walls seem to lean in closer, the mosaic of my life spread out in a suffocating tapestry, where I was the sole, infinite subject, and the air thickened with the smell of fresh blood that followed me like a trail, mixed with the underlying mold that now seemed like the breath of the house itself, conspiring to hold me in its eternal embrace. I opened the front door with fingers that trembled so much that the handle slipped twice, the cold metal biting into my sweaty palm, and stepped out onto the porch where the mist had thickened, enveloping the scattered photos like a death shroud. The images of my childhood rolling lightly in the cold wind that moaned among the cypress trees like a collective lament, and I bent down with my stomach churning, picking up the broken wooden box with hands that left red marks on the splinters, putting the photos one by one into its shattered interior, each face of mine an unbearable weight that made me pause, my finger brushing a smiling cheek from my childhood, or an exhausted expression from last week, a cycle of invasion that I now reversed, me collecting my own ghost to exorcise them. When I was done, the box was overflowing with paper and splintered wood, a chaos that weighed as heavily as my guilt, and I lifted it above my head with a primal growl, smashing it against the concrete floor of the porch with all my strength, the fragile wood bursting into fragments that flew like shrapnel, the photos scattering again in a whirlwind of faces rolling down the steps and disappearing into the mist, a violent exorcism that did not erase the terror but multiplied it, because now I knew that each of those images carried my stolen essence, a piece of soul that the man had captured and that now floated free but cursed in the wind. I didn't stay to watch the disaster. The porch, a graveyard of my fragmented life under the mist swirling like spectral witnesses, and I ran to the Corolla with my shoulder burning in a fire that spread through my arm, blood dripping onto the gravel that crunched under my boots like a chorus of stifled laughter. The car a rusty lifeline that I started with stained hands slipping on the steering wheel. The engine roaring to life in a scream that broke the silence of the decaying neighborhood, and I drove aimlessly. The city lights a distant beacon that attracted me but now seemed like a trap. The rear view mirror reflecting shadows that I swore I saw following me. Invisible low-riders or silhouettes of the man rising from the stained sheet to chase me in the eternity of his obsession. I don't know how long I drove, the hours melting into a blur of back roads where the fog dissipated only to give way to denser forests. My shoulder a constant pulse of pain that kept me awake, the blood drying into sticky scabs that pulled at the fabric of my shirt. And when the tank ran dry on a remote country road, the Corolla coughing its last breath on a shoulder covered with tall grass, whispering in the wind, I sat there in the darkness. The engine ticking as it cooled, my phone still without signal like a severed umbilical cord, and the silence of the countryside closed in around me like a giant hand, amplifying my heartbeat and the buzzing of insects that sounded like flashes of an eternal camera. Now, sitting here in the darkness of the car with my shoulder half bandaged with strips of my own shirt, and my mind spiraling in unrelenting paranoia, I can still see his eyes, not the gray eyes of the man lying motionless on the red-stained sheet, but the eyes from all the photos, my own eyes staring back at me from the scattered porch, judging me, wondering who I am now that I have killed to reclaim my life, a fragmented self that no longer fits into the mosaic he built with spider-like patience. I am no longer the pizza delivery boy who delivers warmth to closed doors. I am the boy in the box, the one who opened the chest of his own stolen soul and found not memories but chains. And I know, with a certainty that freezes my soul to its core and makes every shadow on the windshield look like a lurking silhouette, that no matter how much I run, how much I hide in cheap motels, or move from city to city with the little money I have left, I will never be able to escape all those selves I left behind, scattered on the porch of an abandoned house, waiting for someone else to find them and complete the collection that I began to destroy, but that lives on in me, eternal, multiplying in dreams where the man whispers from under the sheet, "The final moment was perfect, my admired one. Now you are mine forever." The police arrived hours later, attracted by an anonymous call from a neighbor who heard the scream and the thud of the box. But when I told them the story in the cold fluorescent police station, with my shoulders stitched up and my mind still spinning with flashes of blood and photos, they looked at me with veiled skepticism. An obsessed admirer, of course, but the photos were lost in the wind, Mr. Harlan, and the body. Well, self-defense, but without evidence. It's your word against a dead man's. And they let me go with a pat on the back and a pamphlet on therapy for trauma witnesses. But the pamphlet stayed on the seat of the Corolla as I drove back to the apartment. The city streets now a maze of invisible eyes following me from every streetlight and every half-open window. And when I entered my room, the mattress that smelled of stale cigarettes welcomed me like an old accomplice. But now every wrinkle in the sheets looked like my face smiling from a lost photo. And I slept with the light on, the switch within reach, waking up every hour with my heart racing from dreams where the man rose from the sheet, knife in one hand and camera in the other, capturing my eternal panic in a flash that blinded the world. The next day, I quit Pizza Presto with a shaky phone call to the boss, who grumbled, "You're lost, kid, but if you change your mind, the door's open." But the door I wanted to close was the one in my mind, where the photos played in endless loops, each one another nail in the box I had broken, but now contained me, fragmented and haunted by selves I could neither burn nor forget. The following weeks were a downward spiral of paranoia that consumed me from within, the apartment becoming a cage where every shadow on the wall was a gray eye watching me. And I went out to look for work in downtown cafes, serving lattes to hipsters with fake smiles that hid my constant terror. But in the bathroom mirror, every morning, I saw not my face, but that of the superimposed man, his crooked smile superimposed on mine. And one night, checking the mail in the rusty mailbox of the building, I found an envelope with no return address, the handwriting scribbled in black ink that I recognized instantly as his, even though he was dead, buried in an unmarked grave by the county morgue. And inside, a new photo, me leaving the police station that morning, taken from across the street with a telephoto lens that captured the tremor in my bandaged hand, a red circle around my head like a bloody halo. Panic doubled me over in the hallway, the envelope falling to the floor with a whisper that sounded like his voice. "The collection continues, my admired." And I ran to my room, barricading the door with the dresser that creaked in protest, my heart a war drum drowning out the traffic outside. And that night, I didn't sleep, sitting on the mattress with a kitchen knife in my hand, the same kind he had used, bought on impulse at Walmart, waiting for the creak of the door that never came, but that I imagined in every creak of the building, the thin walls filtering whispers that could be neighbors or echoes of his persistent obsession. Moving apartments was an act of desperation. Moving into a studio in Midtown with rent that left me with no savings, the place a concrete cube with tall windows overlooking an alley where the shadows stretched like fingers. And for a while, the routine of night classes and sporadic bar jobs gave me the illusion of normality, serving beers to drunks who laughed too loudly while I scanned the crowd for gray eyes. But the box haunted me in my dreams, photos swirling in whirlpools that suffocated me. And one afternoon, returning from the library with books by Poe that now read like prophecies, I found the door ajar, the handle rubbed as if someone had hesitated before entering, and inside, on the kitchen table, a fresh Polaroid photo. Me sleeping on the new mattress, taken from the window left open to ventilate the heat, my face relaxed in sleep with a red circle around my neck like an invisible noose. The scream that came out of my throat was an animal sound, raw and broken, and I called the police again, the officer on the phone muttering, "Another incident of harassment, Mr. Harlan, but no fingerprints, no witnesses, stay calm." But calm was a luxury that slipped through my fingers like sand, and that night I slept with the knife under my pillow, the cold blade against my palm as I watched the door, the hallway outside a tunnel of darkness where I swore I could hear shuffling footsteps stopping, breaths held and filtered through the cracks like smoke from a distant fire. The obsession became a constant veil over my life. Every glance from a stranger on the street, a gray scrutiny. Every shadow in the mirror, an echo of her face superimposed on mine. And I gave up classes for a while, the literature degree a distant dream now tinged with horror in pages of stories where the narrators were watched by invisible eyes. And I sought therapy at a free center downtown, the counselor with kind eyes murmuring, "It's PTSD, Jake. The trauma of the confrontation has marked you, but you can rebuild yourself." But her words were smoke, and in the third session, I found a photo in my folder of notes. Me talking in the waiting room, taken from across the room with a hidden phone, a red circle around my mouth open in confidence. Panic doubled me over in my chair, the muffled scream attracting the counselor who turned pale at the sight of the image. "This is escalation, call the police." But the police were a cycle of reports lost on cluttered desks. "No physical evidence, Mr. Harlan. Keep a journal." And the journal I started became an unwitting album of paranoia, pages filled with sketches of gray eyes and red circles staring back at me. The knife, now a constant companion in my pocket, its weight a talisman against the invasion I felt with every breath. Months later, with a new job at a second-hand bookstore, where the smell of old paper drowned out that of pizza, I believed the box had been closed forever. The photos scattered on the porch dissolved by the rain that finally fell that week. But one stormy night, thunder rumbling like the slam of the door opening, I found the envelope in the building's mailbox, the lettering scribbled in ink that bled with the moisture, and inside not a photo, but a fresh Polaroid. Me in the bookstore that afternoon, serving a customer with a forced smile, but the focus was on my hand. the knife peeking out of my pants pocket, a red circle around the handle like a promise fulfilled. The world tilted then, the hallway of the building closing in like a tunnel, and I ran to my room, barricading the door with the dresser that creaked in protest, the knife in my trembling hand as thunder roared outside. But I knew in that moment, with a certainty that froze my soul to its core, that the collection had not ended with his death. I was continuing it, each new photo an echo of his obsession that now lived in me, a multiplied self that I could not destroy. And in the darkness of the apartment, with the rain lashing the window like insistent fingers, I heard the creaking of the distant porch, the rustling of photos rolling in the wind, waiting for someone, myself, to pick them up to complete the eternal cycle. Fast logistics. There are no real breaks, just intervals between deliveries where the boss shouts orders over the buzz of walkie-talkies and the rattling of vans waiting in line like impatient beasts. I've been working here for 7 years, pushing packages back and forth across the city that slowly devours men like me. And my name is David. 38 years of routines that repeat like a faulty loop, predictable routes that avoid the rough neighborhoods but always skirt the edge of something worse, because in this city of concrete and perpetual fog, the real danger doesn't come from dark shortcuts, but from addresses that seem harmless on the digital map. Marcos was my partner, my anchor in the sea of anonymous boxes and bosses with bulging veins in their necks. A big guy with a bear's back, and a laugh that echoed through the warehouse like distant thunder, capable of brightening even the days when rain lashed the tin roof and turned the streets into rivers of dirty mud. We had been sharing shifts for 5 years, complaining about Esteban, the boss with more stress than hair, always muttering curses as he checked the route sheets with ink-stained fingers, and machine-made coffee that tasted like tar, but which we drank as if it were the elixir of survival, sitting on the back stairs of the warehouse, where the smoke from our cigarettes mingled with the steam from the exposed pipes. He was the antithesis of the fear that gnawed at me on lonely nights when I drove back to my one-bedroom apartment on the outskirts with the dashboard lights reflecting in my tired eyes. If there was a delivery in a rough neighborhood, with gang graffiti snaking across the walls like open veins, Marcos always volunteered, pounding his chest with that calloused hand that looked capable of breaking bricks. "It's okay, Dave. A build like mine scares people more than any rusty knife, and if they stab me, at least I'll have a story to tell you over coffee next time." And I would laugh, a forced sound that hid the shadow of unease in his overconfidence, because Marcos had always been like that, a wall of flesh and optimism that absorbed life's blows without flinching. But deep down, every time I saw him drive off in his white van, number 8, with a faded sticker of a cartoon bear on the door that he had put there as an inside joke, I felt a subtle tug, a premonition that I dismissed as the paranoia of an old delivery man. Last Tuesday, everything went wrong on a gray day that began with a low, threatening sky, a leaden blanket that clung to the windshield like thick fog and made the city lights seem blurry and distant, as if the world were fading away before I could reach it. The route board assigned us our orders with its usual coldness, Esteban stapling the sheets with a stapler that clicked like a dry gunshot, and I was assigned the center, a maze of endless traffic lights and pedestrians crossing like distracted ghosts, deliveries to offices with receptionists who didn't even look up from their phones. Marcos got a delivery on the outskirts, to a half-abandoned industrial park on the edge of town, to a warehouse on 7th Street, number 15, an order for general industrial supplies that looked routine on paper. Toolboxes and spare parts for heavy machinery, nothing that justified the knot that formed in my stomach when I saw him fold the sheet and put it in the pocket of his worn leather jacket. I remember Marcos wrinkling his nose as he read the address, his dark eyes narrowing under his bushy eyebrows as he traced the route on the crumpled map he always kept in the glove compartment. 7th Street. That place is deader than my grandfather when he got drunk on my aunt's tequila. Just dust, rats, and echoes that make you wonder if you're alone or if something is breathing down your neck. At least there's no traffic to curse, I said, trying to downplay the comment with a pat on his broad shoulder that bounced like a drum. But he shook his head with that half smile that hid his concerns. I prefer traffic to loneliness, Dave. That silence drives you crazy. It makes you hear things that aren't there, as if the whole industrial park were whispering that you don't belong. He climbed into his white van with a fluid movement that belied his size, the engine roaring to life with a roar that momentarily drowned out my doubts, and he gave me his characteristic smile from the rolled-down window, his white teeth gleaming against his stubble. "See you at noon, buddy. Today it's my turn to pay for coffee. And if the place is as bad as the map says, I'll buy you a double beer to make up for it." That was the last time I saw him, his van driving away in the morning fog with a roar that was lost around the bend, leaving only the echo of his laughter in my head and a void that settled in my chest like a cold stone. At noon, the warehouse was in its usual chaos. Esteban shouting about a delay in a shipment of appliances that had arrived with broken boxes and the smell of burnt plastic permeating the air. But Marcos didn't show up, his route marked on the board like an open wound that no one had noticed yet, and the knot in my stomach began to tighten, a tingling of anxiety that I initially dismissed as late hunger or the sour coffee from the machine I had drunk at 11. It wasn't unusual for a delivery to be delayed on the outskirts, with roads that turned into mazes of abandoned warehouses and potholes that made the suspension bounce like a hellish rodeo, but Marcos always let us know. A quick message in the WhatsApp group we shared with the other delivery drivers. "Dave, the customer is a grumpy old man, but the tip was good. I owe you a taco." And when the clock struck 1:30 with no sign of him, I took out my phone and dialed his number, the ringtone sounding in the emptiness of the warehouse like a lonely heartbeat. Once, twice, 3 times, until it went to voicemail with that mechanical beep that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "Hey Bear, did you drop your phone in a paint bucket again or what? Call me when you can. The coffee's getting cold without you," I joked in the message, my voice sounding lighter than I felt, trying to hide the pang of unease that was beginning to seep into my chest like cold water into a crack. Because Marcos wasn't the type to disappear. He was the kind of guy who would call even if the customer was keeping him busy with endless chatter about the weather or the price of diesel. The hour passed in a blur of pending tasks, signing delivery notes with hands that were starting to sweat cold and checking the van's GPS on the shared screen in Esteban's office, who was grumbling curses as he typed. But the signal was flashing intermittently in the industrial park, a red dot moving in small circles like a trapped insect. And at 3 p.m, with the knot in my stomach turning into a ball of ice pressing against my ribs, I couldn't take it anymore and went into the office, the air thick with smoke from his eternal cigarette floating like toxic fog. "Esteban, it's Marcos. He's not answering. The GPS is stuck on 7th Street. Something's not right." "Let me go check it out." He looked up from his computer with bloodshot eyes, his bald head shining under the fluorescent light like a polished skull, and his laugh was a dry sound that scraped the air. "He must be out of range, David, or his phone must be dead. That industrial park is shit for signal. Ghosts and rats, but not a single decent bar. Don't freak out over a delay. We have 20 deliveries pending, and the owner is breathing down my neck." But I freaked out even more, the ice in my stomach spreading to my limbs in a cold that made my fingers tremble, because Marcos wasn't like that. He was meticulous to the point of obsession, the kind of guy who carried an extra power bank in the glove compartment and marked the time of each delivery in a worn notebook he carried in his pocket. I left the office with a mumbled excuse about a forgotten route, my heart beating erratically, drowning out the hum of the vans in the yard. Waiting was torture that stretched like barbed wire in my mind, each minute a slab crushing my chest as I pretended to check packages in the warehouse, my hands moving automatically over cardboard boxes that smelled of dust and broken promises. But the phone in my pocket vibrated with messages from the group, jokes from the other delivery drivers about traffic downtown, photos of meager tips and crumpled bills. And I responded with silent emojis, the knot tightening until at 6 in the evening, with the warehouse closed and darkness falling over the city like a heavy shroud that absorbed the distant lights. I couldn't take it anymore and took my own car, an old seat that coughed blue smoke when it started, the engine roaring in protest as I pulled out of the yard and headed for the outskirts, the streets widening into empty avenues flanked by industrial warehouses that stood like concrete tombs, the wind whistling through the metal structures with a sharp, lonely sound that made the steering wheel feel slippery in my sweaty palms. I followed the directions of the makeshift GPS on my phone, the signal flickering like a candle in the wind until it stabilized on 7th Street, a stretch of cracked asphalt where the streetlights flickered intermittently, creating more shadows than light, and the industrial park unfolded before me like a graveyard of sleeping giants, warehouses with rusty shutters that creaked in the wind and broken windows that reflected my headlights like blind eyes. The air heavy with the smell of rust and impending rain that seeped through the half-open window and made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up with a tingling sensation that was not just cold. I parked at the end of the street, the seat coming to a halt with a final sigh that left an oppressive silence broken only by the ticking of the cooling engine and the whisper of the wind dragging dirty papers across the asphalt. And I got out with heavy legs, Marcos's phone in my jacket pocket like a warm talisman, its broken screen pressing against my thigh in a constant reminder of the call that had not come. I walked towards warehouse number 15 with steps that crunched the gravel like grinding bones, each flickering streetlight casting my elongated shadow ahead of me like a distorted companion, and the structure rose before me. Large and brick-faced with a metal roll-up door secured with a rusty padlock hanging like a loose jaw, dim light seeping through cracks in the walls like blood from a poorly bandaged wound. There was no sign of Marcos's van, no trace of fresh tires in the hardened mud, and I circled the warehouse with my heart pounding in my chest, my phone flashlight sweeping the ground in shaky arcs that illuminated wind-blown trash and puddles that reflected my pale, gaunt face. A stranger with dark circles under his eyes that I didn't recognize, and I was about to give up, panic giving way to a bitter resignation that made me question whether it was all just my paranoia, when I saw it. A flash of white light under a dry, thorny bush that was tangled at the base of the wall, an irregular glow that stopped me in my tracks, my pulse racing to the point of dizziness. I approached cautiously, the gravel crunching under my boots like a treacherous warning, and crouched down, my fingers brushing against dry leaves that fell away in dusty flakes. And there was Marcos's phone, the case cracked as if it had been trampled on, the screen still lit with a flashing low battery notification that illuminated my face in ghostly blue tones, stained with hardened mud and something darker, sticky, that clung to my fingers as I picked it up. A residue that smelled of copper and stale sweat, dried blood that froze my blood until the world tilted in a dizzying nausea. Panic gripped me then, a wild animal scratching at my ribs from within until the air grew thin, and I shouted his name into the emptiness of the industrial park. Marcos! My voice bouncing off the empty warehouses like a mocking echo, lost in the vastness of concrete and shadow, and I shouted again, louder, Marcos! The sound tearing at my throat until it hurt, but only the wind responded with a high-pitched whistle that sounded like distant laughter, and the phone in my hand vibrated once, a lone beep that made me jump, the screen lighting up with an incoming message from an unknown number. Close, but not close enough. The bear sleeps now. Come play if you want to see it wake up. I ran back to my car with the phone clenched in my fist until my knuckles turned white, the seat roaring to life, drowning out the buzzing in my head, and I called the police from behind the wheel, my voice coming out in ragged gasps as I described the phone, the address, the message that had just appeared, the operator on the other end taking notes in a monotone voice, as if it were a traffic report. Sir, stay calm. A patrol car will be there in 20 minutes. Don't go back to the site. But 20 minutes in an empty industrial park was an eternity, and I hung up with my stomach in a knot of ice that made me step on the gas until the engine protested. The city lights a distant beacon that attracted me but now seemed like an illusion, a mirage of safety in a world that was closing in around me. The officers arrived in 19 minutes. 2 patrol cars with sirens wailing on 7th Street like wounded wolves, illuminating the industrial park with blue and red flashes that painted the warehouses like anticipated crime scenes. And I showed them the phone with trembling hands, the broken screen reflecting their faces, hardened by endless shifts. The message still there like an open wound, and they searched the area with flashlights that swept the ground in wide arcs, boots crunching the gravel in a rhythm that mimicked my racing pulse. But they found nothing. No van, no trace of fresh blood, no footprints other than my own. The team leader, a guy with a gray mustache and tired eyes, muttering, "Probably a robbery, sir. They attack delivery drivers in isolated areas, take the vehicle, and leave the phone as a mockery. Your friend will turn up in some motel or ditch when they get bored." But his words sounded routine, like prefabricated consolation that did nothing to calm the fire in my chest. And I left with Marcos's phone in my pocket like a hot talisman. The industrial park receding in the rearview mirror, like a labyrinth that would not reveal its secrets. The next day, the news of Marcos's disappearance shook the office like an underground earthquake. Esteban pale and stuttering on the phone with the police, while the other delivery drivers murmured in groups, their vans idle in the yard like nervous beasts. And fear was tangible in the air, thick with diesel and anxiety. We were no longer just package drivers, but potential targets on routes we now viewed with new eyes. Each address on the board, a calculated risk that made our hands sweat on the steering wheel before we set off. Esteban tried to maintain normality, assigning routes in a hoarse voice that cracked on the syllables. "Let's keep working, guys, the police are on it." But the warehouse felt smaller, the sheet metal walls pressing in as if the building were conspiring to remind us of our vulnerability. And at 11 in the morning, with the sun struggling to filter through the morning fog that clung to the dirty windows, my phone rang with an unknown number, a buzz that froze my blood until the world tilted in a dizzying rush of sick anticipation. With my heart a fist in my throat, I answered, "Hello?" The voice came out as a croak I didn't recognize, and on the other end there was only breathing, slow and deep, like a large animal inhaling the scent of its prey. A sound that tangled in my ear and spread down my spine in a tingle of primal terror. "Who is this?" I asked, my voice a whisper that broke on the last syllable, the warehouse fading around me into a blur of boxes and shadows as I pressed the phone to my ear, the plastic crackling under my white fingers, and the breathing ceased for an eternal second that stretched like a string about to snap. And then a voice, deep and rough, as if dragging stones through its throat, cut through the silence. "Are you his friend?" The knot in my stomach contracted in an icy spasm, and I replied with a "yes" that came out as a gasp, the world shrinking to the receiver where the voice laughed softly, a dry, joyless sound that scraped my skull like nails on metal. "The one who has him," he said, and a sharp blow echoed on the other end, followed by a faint, muffled but unmistakable groan of pain, Marcos's voice seeping through like a broken thread, a moan that pierced my chest like a blunt knife. "Leave him alone, damn it," I shouted into the phone, my knuckles white from squeezing the device until the plastic groaned, the warehouse spinning in my peripheral vision, with Esteban and the others turning their heads in stunned silence. And the harsh voice laughed again, a sound that tangled in my mind like barbed wire. "No, we're just getting started. We wanted a strong bear to break, and your friend cries like a little lamb when the bat kisses his flesh." Another blow, a dull thud that made the world tilt, and Marcos groaned again, his voice broken by pain forming a word that froze my blood. "David." A broken whisper that was both plea and warning, and I shouted his name into the phone. "Marcos, answer me, damn it, tell me where you are." But the voice returned, calm now, a whisper that crept into my ear like poison. You have his phone. That means you were there. Close, smelling the fear but not close enough to touch it. The next time you call, it will be to hear him break for real, to say goodbye before the silence claims him. The call ended with a sharp click that echoed in my skull like a final gunshot, and I collapsed into the nearest chair, shaking from head to toe with cold sweat soaking my shirt and making the warehouse feel smaller, the sheet metal walls pressing in as if the building were conspiring to suffocate me in its rusty metal. I told Esteban everything, and he turned pale as a ghost under the fluorescent light, his cigarette falling from trembling lips to the floor where it went out in a puddle of spilled coffee. He called the police while I dialed the number again, the ringtone sounding hollow like a lonely lament, but only the answering machine responded, Marcos's recorded voice saying, "Leave your message after the beep," a spectral echo that made me hang up with a stifled sob. The police arrived half an hour later, 2 detectives in wrinkled suits and notebooks that smelled of fresh ink, taking notes with faces hardened by similar cases in this city that devours its children. "Probably a kidnapping for ransom, sir. The industrial park is a hotspot for gangs who use the abandoned warehouses as hideouts. We'll trace the prepaid number." But his words were routine, prefabricated comfort that did nothing to calm the fire in my chest. Marcos's phone in my pocket was a hot weight burning through the fabric, and I went home with promises of updates that I knew were empty. The floor of a room, a precarious refuge where the thin walls filtered the traffic like a distant pulse. But that night, I didn't sleep. The mattress, a minefield where every creak was the swing of the bat. Every shadow on the wall, Marcos's swollen face whispering my name. The next day, despair washed over me like a black tide drowning all rational thought. The warehouse, a hive of murmurs, where the other delivery drivers looked at me with eyes that mixed pity and fear. Esteban assigning routes with a broken voice that avoided my gaze. And I pretended to work, signing delivery notes with hands that trembled on the paper. But by mid-morning, I escaped to the public library downtown, a red brick building that smelled of old paper and contained despair, and sat down at a shared terminal with my fingers flying over the keyboard, searching for everything I could find about the industrial park on 7th Street, warehouse number 15, urban forums that unfolded on dirty screens with threads of local legends, stories of squatters who used the warehouses for parties that ended in bloodshed, strange rituals where groups of outcasts played at breaking strong souls, but nothing concrete, just echoes of fear that tangled in my mind like rotten roots, until in a dark forum, accessible only with VPN and passwords stolen from a previous thread, a user with an encrypted name, Sombra7, posted something that froze my blood until the world tilted in a dizzying nausea. The warehouse of silence, 7th Street. If you go in, you don't come out. Men with hard hands play with flesh until it breaks. They look for the strong ones, the ones who think they're invincible. They break them. It's their sport. The big bear cries louder when the bat kisses his back. It was him. It had to be. The bear, a nickname that only Marcos and I used jokingly. And I commented on the thread with a fake account created in seconds. My friend disappeared there. What do you know? My fingers trembled over the keys until the message was sent with a beep that echoed in the silent room. Heads turning in my direction with curious looks that I ignored, and minutes later, the private reply arrived. A message that opened like a wound. "Why are you asking, curious one? The bear who cries is yours, right? We can hear it from here. Its strong lungs gasping for air between blows, but they are running out. Silence will claim it soon." Panic gripped my throat, a bitter burp rising as I typed back, "What do you want? Money. Tell me where he is." And the reply was immediate, a text that unfolded on the screen like dripping poison. "We want someone to see, to hear the art of breaking what seems unbreakable. Come to the industrial park, to warehouse 22 tonight at 11 p.m. Come alone, or the bear will be torn apart before you arrive. Bring your fear. It's the best lubricant for the game." The message included an attached photo that loaded slowly, pixelated at first like a torn veil, and when it came into focus, the world was reduced to that grainy, dark image. Marcos naked from the waist up, tied to a rusty metal chair in what looked like the interior of an abandoned warehouse, his face swollen and bloody with one eye completely closed in a purple mass that throbbed like an exposed heart. Superficial cuts crisscrossing his broad chest like maps of torture, cigarette burns dotting his skin like malignant moles. But the worst thing was the expression. Not the grimace of pain, but the utter surrender in his open eye. A void that erased the confident smile that had always been his armor. A terror that pierced my chest like a red-hot iron, causing hot, salty tears to well up in my eyes as I closed the screen with a finger that trembled so much it failed twice. I went. I could not go. It was an obvious trap that smelled of death from the first message, but the image of Marcos broken, his large body reduced to pleading flesh, was stronger than any survival instinct that screamed at me to run to the police or to Esteban, not to play alone against shadows. I didn't tell anyone. The secret, a weight that sank my chest as I took a wrench from the workshop, its cold, heavy metal in my pocket like a makeshift talisman, and drove to the industrial park with the sun setting in a bloody red that painted the skyline like an open wound. The night was even darker and quieter than the night before, the wind whistling between the warehouses with a low howl that sounded like stifled laughter, and 7th Street unfolded before me like a corridor of tombs, the streetlights flickering in irregular rhythms that created pools of flickering light surrounded by black abysses. The seat advancing with headlights that cut through the fog like blunt knives. Each curve a reminder that there was no turning back, the message burning in my phone pocket like a living secret. I parked at the end of the street, far from Warehouse 22 so as not to alert them with the engine, and got out with legs of lead, the cold wrench against my thigh, a metallic pulse synchronized with my racing heart, the air thick with the smell of rust and impending rain seeping through my open jacket. And I walked along the cracked asphalt, where the cracks looked like open veins dripping darkness, each step crunching the gravel like a treacherous warning that made me look over my shoulder. Long shadows from the warehouses leaning toward me like silent conspirators. Warehouse 22 was at the end, more isolated than the others, its exposed brick facade stained with faded graffiti that looked like warning runes, the roll-up door ajar a few inches like a perverse invitation, a dim light the color of old blood seeping through the crack and casting an irregular rectangle on the floor that looked like a smiling mouth in the darkness. I pushed the heavy door with my shoulder, the metal creaking in protest, like a prolonged lament that reverberated in the cavernous, empty space, the air exhaling a stale breath of rust, oil, and something deeper, a metallic sweetness like coagulated blood that stuck to my throat and made me swallow with difficulty. And the interior opened up before me like a black throat, the red spotlight in the center painting everything in crimson tones that made the concrete walls look like pulsing flesh, shadows dancing at the edges like fingers reaching out to touch me. In the center, under the spotlight that buzzed like a dying insect, was Marcos, tied to a rusty metal chair with thick leather straps that bit into his bruised skin, just like in the photo, but worse, infinitely worse. His naked torso a map of atrocities, its bruises blooming purple and black like poisonous flowers, superficial cuts crisscrossing his broad chest in irregular patterns that bled slowly, cigarette burns dotting his skin like malignant moles oozing pus, and his head hanging over his chest at a broken angle, his tangled hair stuck to his forehead with sweat and dried blood. I didn't know if he was conscious, his breathing a shallow gasp that made his ribcage rise and fall in irregular spasms, but when the spotlight illuminated me as I entered, his good eye, the left one, swollen but open, slowly rose, meeting mine in a moment of recognition that pierced me like a red-hot iron. a void in his gaze that erased the confidence that had always been his armor, replaced by absolute terror that took my breath away. And around him, 3 figures emerged from the shadows, like materialized specters of concrete, dressed in dirty, threadbare overalls that hung from bodies hardened by violence, their faces covered with black balaclavas that absorbed the red light, leaving only openings for eyes that glowed with sadistic delight. And the tallest one, to Marcos's right, held a baseball bat with dark stains embedded in the wood like relics of past feasts, the handle worn from countless uses spinning in his gloved hand with a casual motion that made the air whistle. "Welcome to the show," said the one in the middle, the one they called Boss, and I instantly recognized the rough voice from the phone, a deep rumble that tangled in my chest like barbed wire, his icy blue eyes visible through the opening of his balaclava fixed on me with a stillness that was worse than fury, a void that promised methodical pain calculated to stretch out the terror. The bear's friend. How noble to come and watch your big beast being sacrificed, to hear him cry as the bat kisses his flesh until silence claims him. "Let him go," I said, my voice coming out as a squawk that betrayed the panic gripping my gut, raising the wrench with a hand that shook so hard the metal clinked against my pocket. "Let him go now, you bastards, or I swear I'll—" But the words choked in my throat when the tall man with the bat laughed, a guttural sound that bounced off the concrete walls like an echo from an asylum. "Hey, boss, the little lamb brought a toy. Look how that wrench shines. Perfect for breaking his fingers before he screams." The one they called Boss stepped forward with deliberate slowness, his silhouette outlined against the red spotlight like an executioner on his scaffold, his blue eyes piercing me with an intensity that made the air thicken. Charged with ozone like before a lightning strike, and approached Marcos with an outstretched hand that brushed his bruised shoulder, fingers sinking into the swollen flesh until a moan escaped my friend's broken lips, a weak, broken sound that pierced my chest like a blunt knife. "We like the strong ones," he murmured, his rough voice taking on an almost conversational tone, as if explaining a recipe rather than torture. "But we like breaking them even more, seeing how the roaring bear becomes a babbling lamb. Your friend thought he was tough, with that back that scares children, but now he's just meat begging for the next blow, for the silence that comes after." He grabbed Marcos's hair brutally, lifting his limp head with a jerk that made his neck crack, my friend's face exposed under the red light like a mask of agony. His good eye dilated in infinite terror that found me again, a void that erased years of shared laughter in the warehouse, and Marcos muttered something between swollen lips. "Go, Dave, go." A whisper broken by pain that was both a plea and a warning, but I took a step forward, the wrench raised in a trembling arc. "No, Marcos, I won't leave you alone with these monsters." And that was what they wanted, the trigger for the chaos they had planned in the shadows of the warehouse. The man with the bat lunged first, his massive silhouette eclipsing the red spotlight in an instant, the weapon whistling through the air in a downward arc that sent me rolling to the side, the impact resounding against the cement floor with a crack that splintered the concrete and sent fragments flying like shrapnel, the echo reverberating in my ears like internal thunder as I stood up limping, my pulse a war drum in my temples. But the burly one, the third, short and wide as a bull, grabbed me from behind with arms that closed around my torso like pincers, hot, stale breath hitting the back of my neck as I struggled, elbows connecting with ribs that cracked but didn't give way, panic a black tunnel closing in around my vision. The boss then approached, slow and deliberate, the long, flat-head screwdriver in his hand glowing under the red light like an extracted tooth. We wanted an audience for the bear's end, someone to see how what seemed unbreakable breaks, but a participant is better, more intimate, as if you were part of the art we create with each blow. And his harsh voice tangled in the confined air of the ship like toxic smoke. The screwdriver approaching my eye with a slowness that stretched the terror to the breaking point, the cold metal tip grazing my trembling eyelid. Let's play a game, friend of the bear. It's called Guess Which Side Makes the Highest Pitched Scream. Yours or his, and the winner gets to watch the loser melt away. I close my eyes, the world reduced to the cold touch of metal against my skin, the burly man's breath on the back of my neck, a stench of tobacco and sweat that suffocated me. But in that moment of absolute surrender, a piercing sound filled the ship. Sirens wailing in the distance, approaching like a cry for help. Blue and red lights seeping through the cracks in the roll-up door like arterial blood. And the men froze for an eternal heartbeat. The boss backing away, with the screwdriver still raised. His empty blue eyes now filled with a murderous rage that made his balaclava twitch nervously. "Shit," shouted the one with the bat, dropping his weapon, which rolled across the cement with a metallic clang, and the burly one shoved me to the ground with an elbow that knocked the wind out of me, the three of them turning toward the back door of the warehouse, in an uncoordinated stampede that disappeared into the darkness, their footsteps echoing like panicked echoes on the concrete. I crawled toward Marcos in a desperate crawl, the concrete scraping my knees, through my pants, and reached the overturned chair, his limp body hanging from the straps like a broken sack, his head tilted at an impossible angle, blood gushing from a fresh cut on his temple where the bat had connected at the last moment, a red stream splattering my shirt and the floor in irregular pulses. "Marcos, no, don't go, buddy. Hang on," I whispered, my trembling hands cutting the straps with the edge of the wrench, the blunt metal tearing leather into strips that fell like flayed skin, and his body slumped against me, heavy and limp, his chest rising in shallow gasps that weakened with each passing second, his good eye dilated in a void that pierced my soul. The police rushed in then, boots echoing on the cement, like final judgments, blinding lights sweeping the warehouse in arcs that illuminated the chaos, the overturned chair, the blood in pools that reflected the red spotlights like broken mirrors. And Esteban was there, pale and stammering at the edge of the spotlight. I saw it on the cameras, Dave, accessing the forum from the warehouse computer. My blood ran cold, and I called the cops. I gave them your phone location. God, is he alive? But I didn't answer, holding Marcos's head in my lap while the paramedics swarmed around him, their voices a professional murmur that filtered through like white noise. Severe head trauma, internal bleeding, were losing him, and the pulse beneath my palm weakened until it was a thread, a last heartbeat that faded into silence, Marcos's chest stopping with a final sigh that left me in a whiteout, the warehouse spinning in a vortex of lights and muffled screams where Esteban shook my shoulder with trembling hands. "I'm sorry, Dave. I'm so sorry." They found him dead the next day, his body in a ditch 20 kilometers from the industrial park, thrown out like trash from a car that left no trace. The other two, the one with the bat and the burly one, captured in a routine check on the highway with blood-stained overalls in Marcos's van, confessing everything in interrogations that lasted entire nights. Ex-convicts released from prison for good behavior, who used the abandoned industrial park to kidnap and torture people, especially those who looked strong, delivery men with the bearing of bears, whom they hunted to break. A sadistic sport where the silence of the warehouse amplified each blow until the victim begged for it to end. But the boss, the one with the rough voice and empty blue eyes, was never found. He vanished into the city fog like cigarette smoke, leaving only Marcos's phone in my pocket like a cursed talisman that vibrated with unknown calls I didn't answer. Now, every time I get into my van, number 5, with a faded sticker that Esteban put on to honor him, I see Marcos's empty seat in the rearview mirror, a ghostly space that haunts me on routes I avoid, but that the board assigns me anyway, and every call from an unknown number makes my heart leap in my chest, the phone trembling in my sweaty hand before I hang up, the silence on the other end a raspy breath whispering promises of pending violence. In my nightmares, I hear his voice, the boss's voice, a deep rumble that gets tangled up in the wind of the industrial park. The bear is broken, but the bear's friend cries sweeter, "Come to Warehouse 22. The game continues." and I wake up gasping on the floor of a room that now feels like a cell, the thin walls filtering whispers that could be neighbors or echoes of Marcos pleading, "Go away, Dave." And I know that monsters don't just exist in the shadows of abandoned warehouses. Sometimes they drive white vans and hunt in industrial parks, waiting for the next trusting bear who believes his strength is a shield, not a target. And the silence of a phone can be more terrifying than any scream, because in that void, the boss breathes, planning the next break. The days after Marcos's death became a blur of formalities that did nothing to ease the emptiness in my chest. The funeral, a gray event under rain that lashed the cemetery like collective tears. Esteban stammering a speech about lost but not forgotten comrades, while the other delivery drivers murmured in groups, their vans idle in the funeral home courtyard like mourning beasts, and I stood by the grave, the damp earth sticking to my boots like mud from 7th Street, Marcos's coffin descending with a creak of chains that echoed like the bolt of the warehouse, and the boss was there in my mind, his empty blue eyes watching me from the shadows of the cypress trees. A whisper in the wind. The bear sleeps, but the bear's friend walks alone now. I went back to work a week later, Esteban assigning me short routes downtown with a pat on the back that was meant to be supportive but left a bruise on my shoulder. "Take it easy, Dave. The world keeps turning and deliveries don't stop." But every package I carried weighed as much as Marcos's body slumping in his chair. Every address on the board, a risk I scanned with new eyes, avoiding the outskirts as if the entire industrial park were an open wound, oozing danger. I kept Marcos's phone in a shoebox under the bed. Its broken screen a reminder that vibrated in my dreams with calls I didn't answer. But one night, at 2 a.m., mine rang. The unknown number flashing in the dark like an accusing eye, and I answered with a voice hoarse from insomnia. "Hello?" And the breathing on the other end was slow, deep, an animal inhaling my fear, followed by the harsh voice that froze my blood. The bear's friend dreams of the bat, right? The crunch when it kisses the flesh. The silence after. "Come to 7th Street. Ship 15 is waiting with a new chair for you." I hung up with my heart racing, the phone trembling in my hand until I dropped it on the floor, the plastic crunching like Marcos's neck, and I spent the night watching the door with a baseball bat, the same model as the burly man's bought on impulse at a hardware store, leaning against the wall, the smooth handle in my sweaty palm a talisman that did nothing to calm the panic tangled in my chest like wire. And at dawn, with the sun filtering gray through the threadbare curtains, I called Esteban. "I can't go on. The boss is free. He's watching me." And he muttered something about stress leave and therapy, but the therapy was a failure. The counselor with kind eyes murmuring, "Process your grief, David. The trauma makes you see shadows where there are none." But the shadows were there, in the rearview mirror of my van when I delivered to the center. Gray eyes in the crowd that disappeared when I turned my head. And one afternoon, when I returned to the apartment, I found the door ajar. The doorknob scratched as if someone had hesitated before entering, and inside, on the kitchen table, a fresh Polaroid photo, me at Marcos's funeral that morning, standing next to the grave with a gaunt face, a red circle around my neck like an invisible noose, the message scribbled on the back, "The bear cries, but the bear's friend will bleed." Panic doubled me over in the hallway, the envelope falling to the floor with a whisper that sounded like his rough voice. "Come play. Silence awaits you." And I called the police again, the detective on the case, the same gray mustache with tired eyes, muttering, "Another incident, sir, but no fingerprints, no witnesses. Change the locks and keep a diary." And the diary I started became a record of paranoia, pages filled with dates and descriptions of silent calls coming in at midnight, breaths that cut off when I spoke, and shadows in the alleyway that I swore I saw from the window. Black lowriders parked at the end of the street with occupants who didn't get out but watched. I quit Logistica Veloz a month later, Esteban stammering, "I'm sorry, Dave, but the owner says you're a risk now," and looked for jobs in downtown bars, serving beers to drunks who laughed too loudly while I scanned the door for black balaclavas. The bat now a constant companion in the trunk of the seat, its weight a reminder that the game was not over. The nights became vigils where I slept with one ear to the hallway, the creak of wood under invisible footsteps making me jump out of bed with my heart in my throat. And once, at 3 a.m., a knock on the door woke me up sweating, bat in hand as I opened a crack, but it was only the wind blowing papers down the hallway. Although I found a photo on the doormat, me sleeping on the sofa the night before, taken from the half-open window, a red circle around my neck. Moving was an act of desperate flight, an apartment on the outskirts with rent that left me without savings, a concrete cube with tall windows overlooking an alley where shadows stretched like fingers at dusk. And for a while, the routine of sporadic jobs at night gas stations gave me the illusion of normality, cleaning stained windshields while watching the rearview mirror for white vans. But the harsh voice came in calls I ignored, text messages with grainy photos, me pumping gas that night, red circle on my head. The bear's friend drives alone now. Silence catches up with him soon. Terror became a constant veil, every customer's glance a gray scrutiny. Every shadow in the mirror an echo of his balaclava. And I gave up everything, living off my savings in a roadside motel where the neon flashed vacancy like a broken promise. But the phone rang one stormy night, the rough voice cutting through the thunder. The bear is buried, but the bear's friend digs his own grave. Come to 7th Street. Room 15 has a chair with your name on it. I hung up, but I knew the monster wasn't just him. It was the silence he left behind, a void that filled me with broken selves. And in the darkness of the motel, with the rain lashing the window like insistent fingers, I heard the crackle of the distant industrial park, the whisper of the bat-kissing flesh, waiting for my arrival to complete the breaking.